Haunted Barnsley by Richard Bramall and Joe Collins. Narrated by Mortis Media. We believe that there is a world that blurs the lines of reality. In this book are some of the reported sightings and stories from ordinary people who believe they have had an extraordinary experience. The British Isles are arguably amongst the most notorious haunted parts of the world, and Barnsley plays a big element in this theory. This book is aimed at anyone interested in the legions of phantoms that inhabit Barnsley's homes, pubs, and highways. When you ask people if they believe in ghosts, you will often be greeted by one of the following replies: "There's no such thing." "There's something, but I don't know what." Or, "Yes, I have seen one." The reactions of people who witness ghosts, and especially those who have been involved with demonic cases, are not always quick to reveal their true beliefs, because they often feel embarrassment, humiliation, or even guilt. Unfortunately, we live in a society that seems to ridicule and dismiss such reports right from the start. Many people, including figures of authority and larger organizations, do not want the public to be privy to such information. Neither do some individuals want their best friends and closest relatives to know of their plight or existence, sometimes going into great lengths to cover up stories to prevent you from knowing the truth. However, we are putting some of these to print, though some of these names and locations will have been changed to protect their identity. Introducing Richard. From an early age, Richard had experienced a number of unexplainable apparitions, some terrifying. This was treated as imaginary friends by his family, even though they became less frequent as he grew older. They carried on into his early teens, so he started to research reported sightings in the Doncaster area to see if others had had similar encounters. To feed his hunger to prove the existence of life after death, Richard founded the rotherhamghosts.com website in January 2004, where he could share information with others, hoping that they would come forward with their reports. Introducing Joe. Due to a traumatic paranormal experience as a child that was dismissed by parents and teachers alike, he was compelled to provide evidence that what he witnessed during this episode was not a dream or his imagination. This then fired him into a driven obsession with the paranormal by reading every book on the supernatural and researching endless websites tracking down recordings, sightings of ghosts, and to aid him to provide evidence to support his claims of the incidents that he had witnessed as a child. The meeting. In a bizarre twist of fate, we finally met in 2006, when our obsessions with the paranormal collided after a meeting through a mutual friend, Gary Crompton, who was a former college classmate of Joe's and had since been working alongside Richard in a paranormal group. We soon began to realize that our paths had crossed many times before. Through having the same interests, we had unknowingly swapped a large amount of information that we had inadvertently exchanged through third parties and forums without knowing each other, and in turn visited and investigated the reports published by the counterpart. To date, we now have been working together since 2006, where we have been collaborating our information to publish this book for you to enjoy. Barnsley History. Barnsley is a town in South Yorkshire, England. It lies on the River Dearne. It is surrounded by several smaller settlements, which together form the metropolitan borough of Barnsley. Historically, a part of the West Riding of Yorkshire, Barnsley is notable as a former industrial town centred on coal mining and glass making. Although in the town a few factories remain, notably the glassworks and coking plant. Though these industries declined in the 20th century, Barnsley's local culture remains rooted in this industrial heritage. The first historical reference occurs in 1086 in the Domesday Book, in which it is called Barnsley, with a total population of around 200. The exact origin of the name Barnsley is still subject to debate, but Barnsley Council claims that its origins lie in the Saxon word burn for barn or storehouse, and ley for field. The original town was in the parish of Silkstone, and developed little until the 1150s, when it was given to the monastery of St. John Pontefract. The monks decided to build a new town where three roads met, the Sheffield, to Wakefield, Rotherham and Huddersfield, and Cheshire to Doncaster routes. The Domesday village became known as Old Barnsley, and a town grew up on the new site. From the 17th century, Barnsley developed into a stop-off point on the route between Leeds, Wakefield, Sheffield and London. The traffic generated as a result of this location fueled trade, with hostelries and related services also prospering. A principal centre for linen and weaving during the 18th and 19th century, Barnsley grew into an important manufacturing town. Barnsley also has a long tradition of glassmaking, but is more famous for its coal fields. Today, all of the pits have been closed, but Barnsley thrives as a busy market town. In this book, we'll look at some of its past and reports of some of the ghosts that still haunt the area today. Chapter 1. Birdwell, Rockley Furnace. The Furnace. Rockley Furnace made cast iron in the 18th century, using ores mined in the same valley, and charcoal from the surrounding woodlands. It was built between 1698 and 1706, and formed part of a trade association in Yorkshire. It operated until 1741 with charcoal as fuel, and it is thought that the furnace operated again around 1790, using coke fuel to produce gun casting for the Napoleonic Wars. The engine house. The house itself is built from sandstone, and with its castellated top, now looks like a folly. In keeping with the rest of the area's number of follies. It once pumped a pumping engine that was used to keep the iron mine dry. Inscripted in the stone is the date 1813, but it is thought that the mine predates this. The sightings. The furnace is said to be a place where numerous strange goings-on have been witnessed over the years. The first report is from a man who was walking his dog late one evening, when he saw light from the fiery furnace burning brightly through the trees, and walking over to take a closer look, saw a blacksmith who was dressed in leather overalls, busy about his work. The smith never acknowledged the man, and just carried on about his business. Before, there was a large blast from the furnace, and a bright white flash, causing the man to shield his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, the whole scene had just disappeared, and all that was left was the empty ruin of the furnace. The engine house is also said to be the epicenter of strange phenomenon. Supernatural lights have also been encircling and enchanting the building, and ear-piercing screams have been heard to echo throughout the woods coming from the bowels of the tower, where a child is said to have fallen after playing there. One brave motorist went to investigate the lights one evening after seeing them from the roadside, but as he approached the tower through the trees, the lights dissipated and a deathly silence fell about the whole area. As he approached the tower, he couldn't shake the eerie feeling of being observed from a distance and quickly returned back to his car. Chapter 2. Carlton. Railway line in Carlton. Carlton Railway Line has opened in 1885 and stretches for a total of 66 miles. Its name was changed in 1905 to the Hull and Barnsley Railway. Even though the line never entered into Barnsley, it finished at Stareford. Today the line is closed and people use the old tracks for walking and recreational use. This story. A woman is out walking her dog on a crisp, frosty New Year's morning and noticed another woman in the distance approaching and figured it must be someone else out on a New Year's walk. As they drew level, she realized that it was an elderly lady who was dressed in an old knit-type shawl, clasping it in her right hand tightly to shelter her from the wind. She thought this was a little odd, due to the lady's advanced years and the remote location, so greeted the lady with a kind gesture of good morning, and the old woman returned the gesture with a kind smile. But the dog wasn't too pleased to see the old woman, and dropped to the floor cowering and crying at the sight of it. A little embarrassed at the dog's actions, she looked up at her, whose smile had now changed into a sadistic knowing grin. At that moment, the woman started to fade and disappear right before her eyes. The woman still walks the area often, but to this day, they have never seen the old woman again. Chapter 3. Central Barnsley. Like most town centres in Barnsley, it's no different when it comes to being steeped in history. Not only was it a large mining community back in the day, but has also been known to be a large market town, which over the years has seen people come from far and wide. Today, it's still a busy town, but the shape of it is different to what it was all those years ago. But if you look closely, you can still see some of the old buildings that once dominated the town. But today, they are hidden by brightly coloured shop signs disguising what they once were. The Room. The Room is one of Barnsley's most infamous haunted hotspots. Strange things occur after hours at this bar. The building was built at the turn of the 19th century and has in turn passed through the hands of many landlords and ladies throughout the decades. But there are very few that escaped without being touched by its dark secrets. All 4 floors of the establishment each has its unique haunting. The most frequently beheld is that of a lonely spinster wandering around the main bar area, believed to be in search of a future husband to marry. However, the woman died in a tragic accident before she could find the man of her dreams. An old man dressed in a butcher's apron lurks in the shadows of the cellar. Staff have been reported that when changing the barrels, an old man appears from the darkness, stumbling towards them reeking of gin, causing much distress to the unsuspecting staff member. On the 2nd floor above, there have been footsteps heard on the floorboards, even though at the time there was carpet laid. On 2 separate occasions, a loud, clear knock has been heard on the bedroom chamber door, rousing the sleeping occupants to find the hallway empty. Cries of a young lady have been heard, but upon investigation, nothing is found in the empty attic. Barnsley Chronicle offices. Barnsley's biggest newspaper offices are alleged to be haunted. The building is said to be built partly over the site of a former morgue. It is reputedly haunted by a weeping woman in white and an ethereal figure made from black smoke that is seen to move from room to room. It is often told that the favourite hunting ground for demons waiting to reap the souls of the damned is the morgue. This is where the tradition of a wake, of not leaving the body unattended for the first 12 hours after death, comes from, for fear of demons trying to steal the souls of the dearly departed. Could this black smoky entity not known that the Chronicle is no longer a morgue? Hedonism Nightclub. The Hedonism Nightclub has been a popular nightclub for many years, but even with all the noise from the music, it doesn't stop the mysterious spectre that resides there from showing up. The building was said to be originally a co-op, and the ghost that is seen is stood on the balcony wearing a brown smock. Many clubbers and staff have reported seeing the man looking over onto the dance floor before disappearing from view. Oakwell Football Ground. Like most towns, Barnsley has a football stadium, and it is said to have its own resident ghost. The West Stand is the only original part of the Oakwell Stadium left standing. However, it was made an all-seater in 1995. The stand is made up of 2 tiers. Only the upper tier is covered, but at the expense of several supporting columns for the roof structure. The seats are the originals from the early 1900s. From here you get a decent view with moderate legroom. In spite of the restricted views and modest facilities, the West Stand remains a popular vantage point for many fans. Reports from staff say that if you go into the West Stand, one of the seats will fold down on its own, as if someone has taken a seat. Rumour has it that it is an old fan who still comes to watch the game. Cemetery Road, Barnsley. Reports of a figure are seen to be standing outside of the gate of the cemetery. Eyewitnesses have reported him to be tall and thin, wearing an old top hat with a black silk ribbon, and very smartly dressed. Some people believe that he only appears when a burial is imminent in the graveyard. The lights go down at the Barnsley Picture House. In January 1908, 16 children were killed in a crush when they went to see the then novelty of moving pictures at a public hall in Eldon Street, Barnsley. During the 1980s, an electrician was called to the building to service the emergency lighting. As he went down one of the emergency exit corridors, he felt a shudder. The man claimed it was like walking into a freezer. Later, he met the caretaker of the cinema and asked why the corridor was so cold. The caretaker said, "Can you feel it too?" But he was more surprised that the lighting in the corridor had all blown, and not one of the bulbs was now working. The caretaker explained that the reason for the lights blowing in that corridor was due to a fire that happened one Saturday matinee back in 1908. He went on to explain that some of the children died in the corridor from the smoke, and ever since, the lamps have all blown shortly after fitting. To this day, the corridor remains cold, despite the heating being on full. Reports of children's screams can be heard, along with the smell of smoke, by staff when the building is closed. Harbour Hills Road. A former resident of a terraced house just off Harbour Hills Road, Barnsley, reported to us a strange haunting that occurred 11 years ago while they lived there. The first reported happenings were the smell of cigarette smoke, although no one in the house was a smoker. Things slowly increased during their time there. That included a small vase of flowers that flew off the television set and smashed on the opposite wall. On a further occasion, the resident was sat downstairs with all of the doors closed when an invisible hand poked her quite violently, causing her to jump up and spin around, only for her to discover that she was alone in the room. But the final straw came when she was laid in bed and heard someone walking upstairs. The creaking of the floorboards stopped and started. She jumped out of bed and opened the door to discover that there was no one there. Disturbed by the frequency of unexplainable happenings, she moved shortly afterwards. Chapter 4. Cundy Cross. The Mill of the Black Monks. The Mill of the Black Monks dates back as far as the 11th century. In order to provide the priory with running water, the monks redirected the course of the River Dearne. This is where the mill came into practice, having now been built actually in the once riverbed. This building was also used as an almshouse and would often be a place for weary travellers to bed down for the night. As no one except the monks were allowed in the priory grounds, the monks would allow passers-by to rest in the almshouse as an alternative and provided them with an additional source of income. The mill stood empty for many years, boarded up and heading for ruin, until finally it was bought in order to renovate into a public house and restaurant. However, having been built on the original riverbed, planning permission was flatly refused due to the safety aspects. Over the years, the building began to sink further into the silt bed it was sat on, so the only way to restore the building back into use was to raise it up and place it on a concrete raft. Surprisingly, this massive undertaking took place in 1991, and finally, the mill was restored and opened up for business as a public house and restaurant, and is still in use today. Today, it is said to be one of the oldest and most haunted pubs in Britain, due to its vast historical importance and numerous supernatural disturbances. The ghost sightings. With no surprise due to all the dark and secret history, the building is renowned to be haunted and known locally as the alehouse of the dead. A fleeting black Gothic figure of a monk from the 11th century has been seen on many occasions gliding through the grounds of Monk Breton's priory over the road to the old mill, before disappearing in the doorway. This phantom monk has also manifested itself while standing in the shadows of the bar on several occasions, and is described as being so lifelike they think it's someone in fancy dress, but their blood quickly runs cold when he disappears, leaving them in a state of distress. The phantom monk is not alone in his haunting of the site. The spirits of the old church minister have been seen lurking around the restaurant seating area known as the granary. He is often confused as a customer, but disappears when approached. Bar staff have described how unseen icy cold grappling hands of the dead have groped and touched them in an insidious, menacing manner. Sightings of mist have been reported to emerge from the outer wall stonework of the building before enveloping into the perfectly formed incarnations of souls of the past, spanning all periods of time, as if being called by the building itself to partake in a feast for the dead. These sightings include a cavalier, a woman dressed in a habit, that were both reported on separate occasions to form with perfect features, almost like a hologram, but in a blue ether, but upon reaching the middle of the room, disperse back into the atmosphere. Customers have seen small objects such as ashtrays and glasses move of their own free will. Witnesses who have seen this describe the incidents as if someone has come and lifted their glass and tossed it across the room, or stolen their drink, sliding it across the table to an empty seat. During our radio interview with BBC Radio Sheffield presenter Toby Foster, he told us of a strange encounter while he was the landlord at the Mill of Black Monks. Toby recounted to us and his listeners how one late evening after closing, him and a friend were playing cards in the bar area when the sound of footsteps came from the gangway above. There were two stairways to the balcony, one to the left and one to the right. He shouted upstairs, thinking that there was someone else in the building, but there was no response. So Toby ascended one staircase while his friend descended the other, blocking any escape route. But, to both their shock, the two men met in the middle of the gangway and discovered that they were the only two people in the building. Toby recounted to us that even though he is a skeptic, this incident still puzzles him today. Whether you believe in ghosts or not, the atmosphere inside the Mill of Black Monks is something to be sampled at leisure. Many fine old beams and ancient stone walls add to the character of the place, giving that feel you're back in the days when it used to be a mill. Chapter 5. Darfield, Lower Valley Arms. In April 2006, approximately at 1 a.m, the landlord of Low Valley Arms was woken at night by noises coming from the pub downstairs. Thinking he was being burgled due to the pub recently undergoing a refurbishment and him installing several state-of-the-art flat-screen televisions, arming himself with a large piece of lumber, he went down to investigate. Once down the stairs, to his surprise, he found that all the TVs in the pub were switched on. His wife, who had followed him down, went around turning them all off, while he went to check the rest bar toilets. Swinging the ladies' door open, he saw the back of a woman standing there, in a long black gypsy skirt and shawl, facing away from him towards one of the cubicles. Taking half a step back in surprise, it then turned around to reveal that the left-hand side of its face was mutilated. All the skin from the left eye socket to the throat was hanging in a flap of rotten flesh, with the eyeball protruding over the shattered cheekbone, with all the muscle and teeth exposed like it had been ripped from the bone, and part of her jaw was missing. Terrified and gripped with immense fear and repulsion at the sight that had been just thrust upon him, he bolted into the bar where his wife was, who, seeing he was in a state of shock, called the police to report the incident. When the police arrived, he told them of the incident, and they went to investigate for themselves where the woman was seen. But instead of the figure described by the landlord, all of the toilets began to flush in turn, one at a time, by themselves. They shouted for the landlord, who also witnessed this, although in a state of shock, and he didn't want to fuss. but the police explained that due to them also witnessing a paranormal event, they would have to fill in a report. It's from here where the newspapers got the story and made it public. At that time, we were active paranormal investigators and contacted the landlord as soon as we heard about the report. There was much interest in this from national and international media and paranormal groups, but we were the only paranormal group allowed in to investigate. On arrival, we were told that the brewery had forbidden any investigation to take place, but he did allow us to interview him and take some base readings, as we had been the first people to contact him. This just seemed to be the start of things to come. More incidents took place that included barrels heard moving in the cellar, bottles were smashed, and the gas pressure inexplicably failed several times. Plus, they noticed many more cold spots than they did before. Often customers would complain about the temperature in the toilets, even though the heating was on. The landlord was so curious as to what he had witnessed that evening that he looked into some of the history of the pub. What he found was that a gypsy woman from the 1800s was murdered on the site of the pub by a farmer with a hoe, after she cursed him for blaming her for a theft from his farm. Angered at this, and in rage, he brayed the woman with his hoe, smashing her face in, killing her instantly. The landlord left the pub, and it changed hands twice in quick succession, before it was demolished. Lund Hill Colliery. On the 19th of February 1857, nearly 200 men and boys were killed in Lund Hill Colliery, near the Wombwell, when a gas explosion ripped through the underground workings. Of 200 of the 14 men and boys that went down into the pit that day, only 25 survived the explosion. 90 women were widowed, and 220 children were orphaned. The blast was heard and felt miles away. When rescuers tried to go down the shaft to look for survivors, they found that the coal was alight, like the fires of Hades, and had to abandon any attempts at rescue. Not long after the rescue team surfaced, flames began to writhe from the shaft, illuminating the countryside around the pit. After numerous attempts to put out the fire, drastic measures were taken by diverting a local stream into the shaft and flooding the colliery. It wasn't until after several months later that 185 bodies were eventually recovered, but some were never found amongst the devastation. Most of the deceased were buried at Darfield Church, where a monument to the explosion still stands. The cause of the explosion was declared an accident, but an inquiry did find that there had been criminal negligence at the colliery in using naked lamps and candles for working instead of safety lamps. Extract from the Derbyshire Times, Saturday 2nd May 1857, page 3, column 5. The Lund Hill Colliery Explosion. The 8th day's sitting took place on Tuesday at the Brampton's Bull Head Inn, before Mr. Badger. In opening the proceedings, the coroner said he had hoped that the proprietors would have been able to have had witnesses to give evidence who had made an exploration of the workings. But such was the extreme devastation that it was rendered impossible for any engineer to explore and report upon the state of the mine. The inquiry would have to be again further adjourned to allow time for the removing of the debris, after which 2 engineers would be called to speak to the state of the pit. Mr. Morton, in making an application for a further adjournment, said he was of option that an interval of probably 3 weeks would be required for cleaning away the falls of roof, restoring the ventilation and recovering the bodies. The body got out of the pit on Wednesday morning was identified as that of W.M. Moore. Anne Horsfield, widow, identified him. The deceased belonged to Leicester. No more bodies will have to be viewed by the coroner and the jury, and the bodies will be interred on being recovered. The inquiry was then adjourned until the 21st of May. 2 other bodies have been recovered, one yesterday morning and another yesterday forenoon. The ghost of Victorian miners. The ghosts of several Victorian miners killed in a disaster in the 1850s have been reported when the surrounding pits were in operation during the 20th century. Miners often worked in fear that some of the disembodied screams would manifest themselves while working there. Many of the men would often report the sounds of cries coming from the pit's seams, and dark fleeting shadows running around as if they were trying to escape. Sightings of the men were also witnessed at the pit head, as if they were leaving their shift to go home, but the poor souls would never make it that far. What makes these sightings more horrific than the normal sightings of ghost miners who are normally seen carrying on with their work is that they seem to be reliving the nightmare over and over again, and the screams of terror have made many a miner quit. On one occasion, a miner recounted how he'd seen the burning torso of a figure emerge from a coalface before disappearing into the opposite one. Today the pits are all closed, and many of the old sites have now been built upon. We often wonder if the new buildings that are there are witnessing the strange phenomena that once terrified the miners. Chapter 6. Elsecar. Elsecar Steam Railway. Elsecar Heritage Centre is located within the former ironworks and colliery workshop of the Earl Fitzwilliam. The restored historical buildings now house an antique centre, individual craft workshops, and exhibitions of Elsecar's past. The legends of a ghostly figure of a lady dressed in a long white dress with matching parasol and bonnet of late Victorian era. But her late-night saunters still came as a shock to the night watchman one fine summer's night. It was a little after midnight, around 12:15 a.m, when one of the security guards started his patrol, while the second guard watched over him through the CCTV. As he left the guardhouse and turned the corner to his right, he noticed a glowing white shape drifting from the direction of the train station across his path. At first, he thought it was a carrier bag blowing in the wind, but it was too big and its movement was too controlled. He stopped and stared hard to work out what it could be. It seemed to be emitting a fluorescent blue haze. As his eyes focused on it, he could clearly see a lady in a fine white laced afternoon dress, with a bonnet and a parasol over her left shoulder, with a blue ribbon around her waist tied in a bow. It was so vivid, like a hologram free-floating in space, slowly drifting across his path. He could not have been more than 15 meters away from the guardhouse at this time, and shouted at his mate while frantically waving at the security camera and pointing at the ghost. The guard in the office heard his cry and saw his bizarre behavior on the monitor and stood up to go to his aid. But before he could get to the door, his mate came running in out of breath, saying, "Did you see that? What?" The first guard went on to explain what had happened to him. The second guard said that he hadn't seen anything through the monitors, only him stop abruptly before shouting and waving his arms. After viewing back the footage, no signs of the mysterious lady could be seen, only the odd behaviour of the guard. But he still swears to this day that he saw a lady in white. Numerous other sightings have been seen throughout the years near the railway. She's always described as a well-dressed Victorian lady, who melts away when approached. It is thought that the woman may have come from one of the houses that once stood there. The Ship Inn. The Ship Inn is a small public house located just outside Barnsley, in the village of Elsakar. The area has always been known for its production of iron and coal, from as early as the 1750s, and at one time a total of 8 pits were operating in the area. During this period of heavy industry, John Darwin and Co. started to develop the nearby Dearne and Dove Canal, which ran through the area. Construction started in 1795 and continued until 1827, when Darwin was declared bankrupt. As the coal industry expanded, more homes were built to accommodate the workforce who moved into the area. The original Ship Inn was built in 1827 next to the main road, but the property we see today was constructed behind the original. Once this new building was finished, the original ship was demolished to make way for an off-road parking area. The pub, now owned by Punch Taverns, was purchased from Ward Breweries in 1998. Many of the owners have claimed some very odd activity during their term. The activity that was witnessed and, in some cases, recorded reads almost like the yellow pages of haunted houses. Pictures are regularly found tilted on walls. The cooker has been found turned on by itself on occasion. Pool balls from the pub's games room rolled around the table on their own, and the radio has been reported to switch itself on and off when no one is present. Taps in the building's toilets turn themselves on. The toilet roll is often found unwound on the floor, even though it has only just been put there by the cleaners, and all the building lights appear to have a life of their own. The customers have also experienced things while enjoying a relaxing drink at the ship. People who know nothing of the building's history have said they have felt a presence standing near them, as they have been stood at the bar. Other patrons have been pushed from behind, even though no one is near them at the time, and most regulars have witnessed the electrics going crazy. One of the landlady's goddaughters has also experienced seemingly impossible phenomena while she stayed the night at the property. She was sat in the taproom area of the bar and saw her scarf moving on the table of its own accord. To her amazement, she then saw the item of clothing unfold in front of her eyes, even though she was the only one around at the time. During our research into the building's history, we uncovered some other fascinating accounts of ghostly activity that have been witnessed at the ship. A common story that was brought up again and again concerns the apparition of a lady dressed entirely in black and sporting grey hair tied in a bun. She has been seen by many people over the years and has always appeared to be walking in the same area each time. It is said she walks the full length of the back room and through the kitchen wall. She has also been seen spotted walking along the passageway and, once again, through the kitchen wall, which faces the front of the building. It is said that the spirit is that of Mary Steer, also known as Polly, who used to visit the pub every night to buy a jug of ale for her husband. One night, Mary did not return and a frantic search of the area was conducted, but unfortunately, Mary had fallen into the nearby canal on her way back home and drowned. Chapter 7. Gorba, the Polish Center. The Polish Centre on Blackburn Lane in Barnsley was built in the early 1800s and was originally a school before it was changed into a private club for the Polish community that had emigrated here after the Second World War in 1969 and is still trading today. However, today it is a social club for the whole community. One of the cleaners, Heidi Cook, who works there, contacted us with several reports of strange activity that she has encountered over the years. While vacuuming in the main bar area, Heidi had just finished the room and turned the hoover off when she noticed a dark shadow of a man stood about 3 feet away, who she described as being around 6 foot tall, wearing a trilby-type hat, just staring at her. Startled, she screamed and ran out the door, as she knew that she was the only person in the building at the time. However, this wasn't the only sighting that Heidi would endure in the summer of 2010. Heidi was working in the main bar area again, when she looked up and saw an old man come through the doors, who she described as wearing a flat cap in a tartan design, along with a long jacket that seemed to be too big for him. The man was small in size, around 5 foot, and approached Heidi, asking if he could sit down and wait for the bar to open. Seeing no problem with this, she said yes, and went about her business, making small talk with the man while she worked. She left the bar to go and get something from the other room, but on her return, the bar manager had arrived to open the pub. Heidi explained that the man was waiting for the bar to open, and said that he could sit there and wait. The bar manager looked at Heidi and said, "Who are you talking about?" Turning around to point at the man, she was surprised to see that there was no one there. She described the man to him, and was shocked to hear that the description matched one of the locals named Tommy. Tommy, who often waited for the bar to open in that seat. But Heidi fell faint when the landlord explained that poor old Tommy had died 3 years previously. In addition to these 2 sightings that seem to be connected to the pub, Heidi has also experienced the sounds of children's giggling and running around when the place is empty. On one occasion, whilst she was mopping the main hall, she was surprised to see a small boy peeping around the doorway. She described him as about 5 years old and wearing a blue jumper. Heidi went to check what the boy was doing, only to discover that he had vanished without a trace. The Gorba Exorcism. History of exorcism. The concept of possession by evil spirits and the practice of exorcism are very ancient and widespread, and may originate in prehistoric shamanistic beliefs. The Christian New Testament includes exorcism among the miracles performed by Jesus. Because of this precedent, possession was part of the belief system of Christianity since its beginning. An exorcism is still a recognized practice of Catholicism, Eastern Orthodox, and some Protestant sects. The 1973 film The Exorcist brought home to many people the terrifying spectacle of demon possession and the struggle to rid the victim of the invading entity. The film was somewhat sensationalized in comparison with the reality of the original case, which was itself sufficiently frightening and mysterious. Nevertheless, it served to illustrate vividly the reality of the exorcism rite, a ceremony resorted to when forcible possession of a person is indicated, and when the demonic spirit, it is believed, needs to be ordered out by threats and in the name of God or Jesus, in distinction, deliverance. Exorcism is the practice of evicting demons or other evil spiritual entities which are supposed to have possessed, taken control of, a person or object. The practice is quite ancient and still part of the belief system of many religions. The person performing the exorcism, known as an exorcist, is often a priest or an individual thought to be graced with special powers or skills. The exorcist may use religious materials such as prayers and set formulas, gestures, symbols, icons, and amulets. The exorcist often invokes some benign supernatural power to actually perform the task. In general, possessed persons are not regarded as evil in themselves, nor wholly responsible for their actions. Therefore, exorcism is generally thought more as a cure than a punishment. However, the two concepts are often confused in practice, and exorcism has often been abused as a pretext for harsh and physical punishment, or even satanism. The Gorba exorcism. Perhaps the most renowned case in English history that caused the Anglican Church to completely restructure its practice of exorcism, which also had an influence on all mainstream religions in dealing with suspected possessions. In 1974, Michael Taylor lived with his wife Christine and 5 children in the town of Ossett, West Yorkshire. Michael was a 31-year-old family man and led a seemingly ordinary life. He was a hard-working man, with no signs of mental illness. Michael's only problems was difficulty in finding work, which was common at the time. Despite this, the family home where Michael and Christine lived with their children was once filled with laughter and happiness. The family was religious, but not devout churchgoers, as they felt ostracized and didn't attend church services because they were unsure of what the correct procedures were and didn't want to make fools of themselves in front of the other, more knowledgeable churchgoers. Barbara Wardman, a friend of the Taylors, became keen to introduce them to her Christian fellowship organization, led by 22-year-old Marie Robinson. She thought it would be nice to introduce them to a simple act of faith, such as breaking bread. So the following day, Michael attended a service at which Miss Robinson preached. Later that evening, the Christian Fellowship group held a meeting at Michael's home, during which one of the women present, Mrs. Mavis Smith, started to cry. Seeing this, Marie started shaking and stated that this usually meant that the Holy Spirit is very active and his power was ready to be used in one direction. She felt this power was for Mike because she knew that he had a bad back and was upset because he could not get a job. She wanted to make sure she was not walking outside the Lord's will by directing the power at the wrong person. So Marie decided to use the power to exorcise Mavis Smith. She knelt down in front of her and practiced the laying of hands and praying in tongues over Mavis. Surprisingly, Michael also began speaking in tongues too, for which Mavis took offense by Marie's practice and shouted that she hated Marie Robinson. Over the next 12 days, Michael seemed to become infatuated with Marie and attended all subsequent fellowship meetings. On October 1st, 1974, during a full moon, Marie and Michael sat up all night together, making the sign of the cross over one another, fearful and desperately afraid of the full moon and its effects it could have on Marie. Shortly after, on another evening, while Christine was out of the room, Michael and Marie fell into an embrace and kissed. Marie turned to Mike and said, "You know all of this is wrong. You know you love Chris." Michael later said, "She seduced me with her eyes. I can still see those eyes. I saw her standing naked before me, and I was naked." When Christine returned to the room, Marie announced to her, "We have won a great victory for the Lord. A miracle has happened. We have both overcome our passions." That prompted Christine to express concern about the relationship during the service, suspecting that the two were becoming a little too familiar with each other and endangering their marriage. At the next service, Michael felt an evil force take over him and suddenly attacked Marie both verbally and physically, shouting at her in tongues and only stopping after being restrained by several other members of the congregation. While the incident was quickly forgotten, he received absolution at the next church meeting for his actions. However, Michael continued to exhibit bizarre behavior, causing local ministers with a background in exorcism to be called in, believing Michael was under the control of Satanists. The minister recommended that an exorcism be performed to clear the troubled man of the devil's influence. Now believing Michael to be possessed, the group persuaded him and his wife to meet the Reverend Peter Vincent of St. Thomas's Church in Gorber, Barnsley, for an exorcism. Michael and Christine were told to attend the church at midnight on the 5th of October 1974. Those present included Reverend Vincent and his wife Sally, Reverend Raymond Smith, a Methodist minister, and his wife Margaret, Donald James, a Methodist lay preacher, and John Eggings from the fellowship group. The exorcism that followed took almost 8 hours. Michael was first laid down and restrained upon hassocks on the floor. It was supervised by members of 2 branches of the Church of England. He was then made to confess sins, while having crosses pushed into his mouth and sprinkled with holy water. Both Father Peter Vincent, an Anglican, and Reverend Raymond Smith claimed to have expelled over 40 demons from Michael that night, including incest, bestiality, blasphemy, lewdness, heresy, masochism, and many others. They even burned the wooden cross that Michael was wearing at the time. By 7 a.m., the group were forced to stop through sheer exhaustion and their supernatural battle with the devil and his legions, but warned Michael and his wife that 3 demons remained: violence, anger, and murder. Margaret then said she had received word from the Lord that the spirit of murder was going to break out, and implied to Christine, Michael's wife, to beware. Despite this, at around 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, Michael and Christine were told to go home. The Ossett murder. On Sunday, 6th of October 1974 at 10 a.m, police received reports of a man running through the streets of Ossett naked and covered in red paint. Police attended thinking it might be a hoax. Police found Michael Taylor outside a local pub, crouched in the fetal position on the footpath, covered by a blanket that the ambulance staff had issued. He appeared to have red hair and socks, and that was all that was visible. However, both were in fact black. The first officer in attendance turned to a colleague and said, "It's not paint, it's blood, and he's slick with it." Michael Taylor kept repeating, "It's the blood of Satan," over and over. It wasn't a hoax. Around this time, the local police inspector and sergeant had just discovered the body of Christine Taylor. They refused to let any other officers who had young families attend the scene of the murder. At first, they were looking for an axe or a large knife. There weren't any. Michael, with his bare hands, gouged out his wife's eyes, tore out her tongue, and ripped her face off her skull. The police couldn't believe that a man could have done it with his bare hands. It was so vicious. The court case. What emerged in Michael's life for the 12 days leading up to the murder of his wife caused prosecution barrister Mr. Geoffrey Baker QC to warn the jury that they were about to hear evidence which would make it difficult to believe you are not back in the Middle Ages. He went on to state that they had taken a vulnerable man and turned him into a homicidal maniac. During the trial, Taylor claimed that after the exorcism, he had come to believe that his wife was also possessed by demons. The Christian Fellowship group was characterized as a group of tormented souls who fed on neurosis, Mrs. Wardman said. And with that simple act began Michael's descent into what a court would later hear was a world of fear and religious mania. When questioned in court about their relationship and the kiss that seemed to cause Michael's change in behavior, Marie said, "I suddenly glanced at Mike and his whole features changed. He looked almost bestial. He kept looking at me and there was a really wild look in his eyes. I started screaming at him out of fear. I started speaking in tongues. Mike also screamed at me in tongues. I was on the verge of death, and I seemed to come to my senses. I knew that only the name of Jesus would save me, and I just started saying over and over again, 'Jesus.' When Chris heard me calling on the name of Jesus, she started saying it too, and I believe firmly that it was only by calling on his name that I was not killed." Marie said, "The whole of my being just reacted completely against that. We just snapped apart. It was like a clash of wills, a clash of spirits perhaps." When questioned, Father Peter Vincent insisted that Taylor had truly been possessed by evil spirits. When asked to comment after the trial, he said, "I am quite convinced God will bring good out of this, in his own way." However tragic it was at the time, Reverend Smith said, "If the psychiatrist said this crime would not have been committed but for the exorcism, that seems a rather strange thing to say. People will draw out their own conclusions." Mr. Ognall QC said, "I am aware that it is generally regarded as improper for an advocate to express any personal feelings or opinions about the case in which he is engaged. I am afraid I find it quite possible to observe such constraints in this case. Let those who are truly responsible for this killing stand up. We submit that Taylor is a mere cipher. The real guilt lies elsewhere. Religion is the key. Those who have been referred to in evidence, and those clerics in particular, should be with him in spirit now in this building, and each day he is incarcerated in Broadmoor, and not least on the day he must endure the bitter reunion with his 5 motherless children." The verdict. An expert witness, consultant psychologist Hugo Milne, was asked by the judge at the Gorber trial whether the exorcism had caused the man to kill. Mr. Milne said it was entirely related to his trance state and his eventual killing of his wife. It caused it. The judge accepted that view in his summing up, and also made clear that the man had been a loving husband who had been exorcised into communing an unforgivable act of murder, completely out of character. Taylor was found not guilty of the crime of murder by reason of insanity and sent to the Broadmoor Mental Hospital for 2 years, followed by a 2-year stint at a secure ward at Bradford Royal Infirmary, before he was declared legally and clinically sane, after treatment and released. Christine's death was recorded as one of misadventure at the subsequent inquest, where both Marie Robson and Peter Vincent were pressured by the coroner as to why they had taken this course of action instead of ensuring that Michael Taylor received proper medical attention, and they both claimed that they were only doing God's will. Neither apparently showed any remorse. No action was ever taken against either of them, but the Christian Fellowship run by Marie Robson was disbanded. The Church. After the trial, which got nationwide publicity, the Church of England published new guidelines and set up official exorcists in each diocese. The idea, of course, was to intercept and control any medieval idiocies of maverick vicars. This can be clearly seen when, a year later, the Archbishop of Canterbury's office condemned impromptu exorcisms by a Church of England vicar in a church near Gorba. The clergyman eventually resigned. A report on the exorcism was compiled for the Church of England in 1972 by a commission that included Catholic representatives and a consultant psychiatrist. Although the report aimed to debunk possession, it endorsed the exorcism of places, saying that demonic interference is common on desecrated sites, as well as in connection with seances. Exorcisms of people, however, were extremely dubious. According to the report, those who think they are possessed should see a doctor and call in a priest only as a last resort. In the Church of England, deliverance cases must now first be referred to a panel, including a medical psychiatrist, and the Taylor exorcism remains the last acknowledged instance in the Anglican Church. In April 1975, following the conclusion of the inquest, the Brickhouse Echo reports that Vincent's successor at St. John's Church, Reverend Ian Walker, had performed an exorcism at the Bright House district on at least one occasion, while it seems inevitable that Vincent himself carried out such rites in an area during his term, considering his reputation as an expert in those matters. However, following the Taylor incident, all exorcisms in the Wakefield diocese were banned by the bishop. Exorcism today. Although the Church of England has distanced itself from the rites of exorcism, the Roman Catholic Church has seen a dramatic increase in demand over recent years. Chief Exorcist, 85-year-old Father Gabriel Amorth, has declared that the devil is residing even in the Vatican, though exorcists were not largely used by the Church until recent years, when they made a major comeback. The title was always held with some level of reverence within the Vatican. His reputation was so well respected within the Catholic Church that he was appointed head exorcist, where he has remained for 25 years, even up until the time of Pope Benedict XVI, which has seen a dramatic increase to the amount of exorcisms which the Church performs. Father Amorth has performed over 70,000 exorcisms, in which he describes horrific and sometimes disturbing incidents candidly. He says that the possessed will expel shards of glass and iron from their mouths with no discernible source other than within their bodies. He says that the possessed are imbued with superhuman strength, sometimes disproportional to the size of their bodies. It is said that sometimes the possessed must be held down by several full-grown people, even if the possessed is relatively small. He recalls one incident in which a young woman is possessed, and during the exorcism, she was almost able to throw 12 full-grown men from her presence as if they were rag dolls. Father Amorth also says the demonically possessed can appear sympathetic and kind, but always eventually reveal their true ambitions. He reports seeing rose petals shoot out of the mouths of those who have been possessed as well. Hermit's Lane, Gorba. Not far away from St. Thomas's Church is Hermit Lane, which has had its fair share of hauntings throughout the years. A group of 4 youngsters were walking home one evening towards Higham after being at a friend's house. It was quite late as they passed the church and headed off down the windy road home. Walking in twos, they chatted about the night's events, and all of a sudden, the 2 youths felt something punch them in the solar plexus. Winded and shocked at the same time, they both screamed out in pain, and the other two ran towards them to see what was wrong. Clearly shocked and hurt at what had just happened to them, they didn't stop to explain and started to run back in the direction they had just come, hunched over in pain, with their two friends in tow, confused at what had just happened. When they got back to the church, they explained to their friends that they both felt a punch in the stomach at the same time, as if someone had hit them at full force. After lifting their t-shirts up to check, they clearly had bruise marks to validate their claims. While they were stood outside the church gates, a further unexplained incident occurred, only this time to the other two. They heard really heavy breathing down their ears, as if a fifth person had joined their group. During our investigation on this road, a local stopped and asked us what we were doing. We explained that we were researching the alleged hauntings. They went on to say that there was the ghost of an old farmhand that travels the road late at night, and on occasions people had reported being hit by him. In addition to this, he went on to explain what had happened to him early one morning back in the early 80s. After finishing his night shift, he headed along Hermit Lane towards Gorba. It is a really dark road before the sun comes up, and on this particular day, it was about 6 a.m. and still dark. It had been snowing, and he could see quite a distance over the fields towards his home village. As he went up the hill through the trees, his car was struggling to stay hold of the road. Concentrating on his acceleration and steering, he was about halfway to the top, just after the wooded area, when he noticed someone ahead of him walking on the shoulder of the road towards Gorba. He figured it was a neighbor walking home, so he thought he'd see if he knew him and maybe offer him a lift. As he approached, he slowed down to get a good look at them, to see if he recognized them. But as he drove up to them, the figure stopped and turned its head towards him. What he saw still terrifies him to this day. It had dark-coloured clothing, what looked to be a burgundy hooded full-length duffel coat of some description, but its face wasn't human. It had the biggest evil smile he had ever seen. It was gaping, like an alligator's smile, and literally went from ear to ear, and its razor-sharp teeth were massive, as if they were rows of razor blades too big for its mouth. And its eyes were as black as crude oil bulging from their sockets. Flooring the accelerator, he wheel-span and zigzagged at speed all the way to St. Thomas's Church, stopping to gather his thoughts. Before turning the car around and going back, he had to try and figure out what he had just seen. From the time he saw it, turned around and got back to where it was, would have been no more than a minute or two at most. He drove all the way to the bottom of the hill, scanning the roadsides and fields as he went, but nothing. It was gone. There was nowhere for this thing to go. He has since been up and down this road 1,000 times or more, and has never seen it since. Bark Green Road Terrace. In 1969, Jim Lightfoot and his family bought a house on Bark Green Road in Gorba. The house was in need of some modernization before his wife and 2 children could move in. Jim spent most of his spare time doing repairs to the house on his own in the early months. However, one day, he was removing the fireplace from the bedroom when he heard some footsteps walk across the wooden floors downstairs and start to climb the staircase. Thinking it was someone coming to help, he called out, "Hello?" But the footsteps stopped outside the bedroom door. He paused and waited for a few moments before going to see who the mysterious person was. But as he popped his head out, he was surprised not to see anyone there. This puzzled him. He knew he'd not imagined the footsteps. but carried on about his business. After the house was complete, his wife and children moved into the property and settled in there to daily life. After returning home from a night out, Jim went upstairs to bed while his wife stayed downstairs having a last cigarette before she joined him. Jim climbed into bed and settled down to sleep. The room was dimly lit from the bedside lamp, and the light shining through the door from the hallway. He was just drifting off when he heard the sound of footsteps coming up the stairs. Thinking it was his wife, he said, "Turn the lights out, love." But no reply. There was someone in the room. In the darkness, he sat up to peer into the shadows. He could hear something running right from the direction he was looking at, but could see nothing. Then it jumped on the bed and pinned him down to the mattress. He struggled and tried to sit up, but he couldn't move. All he could feel was like the flustered flapping of wings. He could hear the air being broken by the frantic fanning right in his face, like it was trying to lash out at him. This went on for several minutes, before he finally stopped struggling, and it ceased, just as quickly as it had started. He jumped out of bed and ran downstairs to see his wife still sat smoking her cigarette. She'd not heard a thing. His wife teased him about his stories, much to his annoyance. Not long after this event, Jim and his wife were in the bedroom, counting their money out as they were going on a trip the following day. As they were discussing their plans, they heard footsteps coming upstairs. Jim hushed his wife. "Listen, it's the footsteps." They both waited on bated breath. Then slowly the door opened, and the shimmering outline of a person, about 4'6", slowly guided into the room. It just walked right over to his side of the bed and stopped. Jim calmly said, "What do you want?" but got no response, as it simply drifted away towards the wardrobe and faded into the darkness. Jim was quite relieved that his wife had now experienced what he had told her, but also a little worried as to what or who it could have been. A few days later, whilst in bed, they were woken in the middle of the night by screams coming from their daughter's room. They both ran to find her in a hysterical and distraught state. "Mum, help! There's an old woman in my room and she's trying to hurt me," she pleaded. She explained to them that there had been an old woman with white hair in her room who had pulled off the covers and climbed onto her bed. Jim and his wife said enough was enough and decided to contact their local church to see if they could help, but were more than a little alarmed when the church recommended they have their daughter exorcised. Jim's wife was worried about this, as there were rumours regarding worshipping outside of the Christian belief, and that the church was under scrutiny after the Gruber exorcism case that was still ongoing. Not to mention that one of Jim's old school friends, whom was present at the Gruber exorcism case, suffered a serious mental breakdown and had been committed to a secure psychiatric hospital. They spoke to a lady there who gave them a silver cross and a jewellery box bearing religious symbols. She advised them to place the items in the room with their daughter. They were a bit cautious over this advice, but did as she said, and hung a silver cross in their daughter's room, and placed the jewellery box at the side of her bed. But that night, their daughter again began screaming. Running to her aid, they discovered that the cross had left the nail it was on, and was now in the opposite corner of the room, and the jewellery box was smashed into thousands of pieces. Again, the daughter was claiming that the woman with the white hair did it. Comforting their daughter, they just looked at each other in dismay and wondered what they could do next. The following night, all seemed quiet. As they went to bed after checking on their daughter, they sat talking for a while over the recent events that had unfolded. When they were stopped in mid-conversation, at the sound of footsteps making their way up the stairs again. The door was ajar as the figure made its way through the room. The same figure as before shimmered as it glided towards the bed, only this time it sat on the bed, leaving an indentation in the covers. Again Jim tried to speak to it, asking it who it was and what it wanted, but the figure seemed to lie down on the bed at this point between them, before dispersing. One particular night, when they returned home from visiting relatives, as they approached the house, they could see a figure standing in the upstairs window. The figure was that of a woman, dressed in black, looking out of the window whilst holding back the curtain. When the family stopped and looked up at her, she simply put the curtain back down and walked away from the window. Jim went upstairs to look, only to discover there was no one there. Things began to take a turn for the worse for the family, as both Jim and his wife were beginning to sleepwalk. On numerous nights, they would often wake up alone standing in the cellar, staring into the pitch-black abyss of the coal cellar. Jim was now beginning to think that this strange behavior that they were both engaging in may be some sort of sleep possession from the spirit that resided in the house, and that it was trying to give them a message. In a bid to uncover the mystery, he set about digging the floor up in the cellar to see if there was anything there. However, after a back-breaking attempt to try and make sense of it all, nothing was discovered. It was only later on reflection that he realized he may have missed an important clue, for the only part of the cellar floor he had not excavated was under the coal heap that they had both been staring at when they had woken. Jim decided to research the history of the property and the family that once resided there to try and get some answers as to what was happening to his family. He started by asking the locals, who more or less all gave him the same story, that the family had strict Pentecostal religious beliefs and had lived in the property since it was first built in 1911. Very few people ever entered the house when they lived there, but rumours were spoken that the woman of the house had fallen pregnant, but lost the baby through miscarriage, because no one saw the child after her sudden weight loss. This all began to make sense to Jim, as when he was renovating the house, he remembered that there were large amounts of religious quotes written in black plaques bearing gold writing fixed to the walls prior to him redecorating. One struck in his mind as his blood ran cold, and he recounted it to himself. The Lord knoweth those that are his. Jim began to think that maybe the family had buried the baby's body in the cellar, and that the mother's spirit could not rest until it was buried on consecrated ground. Not knowing what to do about the situation that he and his family were in, they decided to sell the house in a bid to rid themselves of the strange occurrences. The house was soon sold, and after they had moved all of their furniture out of the property, Jim's mum went in to clean the floors before handing the keys over to the new owner. However, while she was there, she heard footsteps walking up the stairs and had a very strange sense that someone was looking over her. Not wanting to stay around and wait for the entity to emerge, she fled the house, leaving behind her cleaning supplies. Over the years, Jim and his family often talk about the strange events that took place in the house whilst they lived there. One last twist in the story was that Jim's daughter started work in a department store in Doncaster and was speaking to a lady who she worked with one day, who turned out to live in their old house. Not wanting to come out and ask directly if anything strange had happened to her whilst living there, she quizzed the woman further, who began to say that strange things had been happening to her, such as footsteps walking across the floors and the feeling of being watched, and she would often find the cellar door wide open. Chapter 8. Goldthorpe. Goldthorpe Colliery. Goldthorpe is a hamlet township and parish of Bolton upon Dearne, with a small but separate hamlet called Goldthorpe Lane Ends. East of the village was Goldthorpe Hickleton Colliery. Like many other pit villages in South Yorkshire, Goldthorpe suffered after the collapse of the mining industry. In July 1985, one of the mine workers fled the coalfields after he watched a pair of disembodied boots move towards him deep underground. So scared was the man that he vowed to never return to work again. Chapter 9. Grimethorpe. Grimethorpe Colliery. Like most mines, Grimethorpe was closed not long after the strikes in the 1980s. But even back then, reports of ghost sightings were common amongst the locals. The frequent manifestation of a man wearing a grey suit startled numerous miners working underground at Grimethorpe Colliery. Witnesses who saw the man described him as not wearing a helmet or lamp, and looked out of place in the environment that he was seen. Rumours soon started amongst the workforce of the inexplicable figure, who nicknamed him Charlie. Although at first it was thought to be a hoax, the sightings continued until a large number of colliers refused to visit the scene alone, where Charlie had been seen. No clue to his identity was ever found, and Charlie remained a mystery, or perhaps a hoax, throughout the last remaining years before the pit was closed. A more specific but unconnected sighting in 1978 was reported by a former Grimethorpe mining engineer. He often worked alone on haulage engines in an isolated area of the pit. On one of his night shifts, he was soon joined by a man he didn't recognize. He just assumed he'd been drafted in from another local colliery. The worker introduced himself as Joe. They worked and chatted together for several hours, when a message came over the tannoy system for the engineer to stop the haulage and leave the site. The pit deputy informed the engineer that the belt needed shunting. He told him that Joe, who was still on site, could operate it without the need for him to return. The deputy looked at the engineer as confused, as he had no record of anyone else in that area of the pit. He told the engineer that no man had entered or left, and if they had, then they would have had to let him know, and besides, his only route would have been to go directly past him. 2 other men, along with 3 others, immediately went to the haulage area and found it empty. However, a shovel and a half-cleared pile of coal were in the place where he had last seen Joe working. The engineer had spent enough time with the mystery miner to give a good description. On reporting this to Control, it was confirmed that nobody of this description or the name of Joe had been underground. Later, the mystery miner was identified by the description that the engineer gave a colleague who had worked with him over 30 years before, until his death in 1940. Pit officials did ask the engineer to keep quiet about the incident, so that the other men working in the area wouldn't refuse. The family of the ghostly miner soon heard of the sighting and questioned the engineer about what he had seen. After he gave them a description of him and the conversations they had had, the family were convinced that it was Joe who he had been talking to. The Red Rum. The Red Rum public house is situated on Cemetery Road, Grimethorpe, and is believed to be haunted by the spectre of a woman who died there in the last century. Reports have been made that doors have helpfully opened themselves for people walking through. Both the cleaners and customers have spotted a lady in a long skirt, which appears and disappears suddenly. In the 1990s, one of the regulars was about to leave the pub one night, after last orders, when he was dumbfounded to see the figure of a woman walk through the bar, knowing that nobody could have entered the premises and the doors were locked. He quickly described to the landlady that the woman was dressed in an old-fashioned manner, in long skirts and a cap. She knew instantly that he had indeed seen the resident ghost. There have been several other similar sightings of women in long skirts over the years, though her exact identity remains a mystery. Chapter 10. Hemmingfield, the Fiddler's Inn. The Fiddler's Inn has been around for many years. Constructed in the latter 18th century, was once the heart of the community, and a second home to many of the miners who took a daily pint of ale within its walls. The pub began life as a small hotel under the name the Milton Arms Hotel, named after the local estate owner family named Milton, who owned the majority of the surrounding lands and employed many of the locals. The hotel had outside stables to house the visitors' horses, and rooms upstairs in the inn. In the 1970s, the inn closed for many years. It's alleged a murder was committed in the pub. Some rumours say it was a local girl whose body was carried outside the public house and left to die. However, during our research, we were unable to clarify this incident. It reopened again in the 1980s with the name Fiddler's Inn, and then later in 2001 it was changed to the Marbrook Tavern. In 2006, under new ownership, it reverted once again to the Fiddler's Inn. Although it changed its name throughout the years, it's always had the air of dark secrets and gothic charm. No wonder then that it's reputed to be the lodgings of 5 spectres. Various reports have been made from landlords and patrons alike that taps behind the bar have turned themselves on and off, along with the light being switched off by unseen hands. Shadowy figures have been seen walking in the kitchen. Some of the male regulars have seen a man in the gents' toilet that has passed a few kind words with them in the toilet and then vanished. The following story came to us by a man who saw our appeal for ghost stories around the Barnsley area. The year was 1971, and the pub had closed down. It stood alone, fallen from its former glory, but still domineering the landscape. But like most empty buildings, it attracts a whole range of people who like to sip through its defences and take a look at what is hiding behind those wooden boards. He asked us not to disclose his name, so for the purpose of this story, we shall call him Billy. Billy was only 12 at the time, and he, along with several of his mates, were walking past the old building when they saw one of the doors on an upstairs fire escape wide open. It stood quietly with its broken windows like empty eye sockets, beckoning them to plunder its secrets. Like a bee to honey, the group ascended the metal stairway and entered the dark building on the balcony, overlooking what was the old snooker room. All the windows were boarded up, blanketing the room with dark shadows, pierced by icicles of light splintering through the cracks in the boards. Slowly, their eyes adjusted to the dim light that poured through the lats of wood, giving them enough to see their way around the building. Everyone then shot off in a different direction to explore the void, leaving Billy in the hallway where they'd entered. A little scared at the thought that they were going to get caught, he slowly wandered down the corridor. He could hear his mates downstairs larking about, and was worried over the noise that they were making. He slowly crept along the corridor, looking into each desolate room as he went, until he reached a small flight of stairs that headed up onto the next floor. He went to put one foot on the first step, and felt instantly that someone was there, like a dim presence waiting for him. He slowly drew up his gaze to see the feet of a man with puttees and fawn-coloured trousers standing there. At first he thought it was the next-door neighbour come to investigate all the noise. He braced himself for a clip around the ear for just being there. But nothing. The man just stood there and stared at him. As Billy slowly looked up, first he saw the man's thin, striped, checkered Burberry sporting jacket, like a gamekeeper's, then a deerstalker hat. But the face was blurred, like it was not quite of this world. Suddenly the feeling of impending doom swept over Billy. He wanted to run. He wanted to scream to his friends for help, but he couldn't. It was as if the figure had some power over him, freezing him to the spot. They both stood there motionless for what seemed like an eternity. All Billy could hear was the beating of his heart and the blood thumping inside his head. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his body. He knew he had to break its grip and run. Run not for just his life, but his very soul. Billy bolted down the stairs where his mates were shouting, "Get the hell out of here!" as he went. As he reached the bottom of the stairs, he could see light coming through an opening through the glass door that led into the main bar. He burst through the doors and ran around the bar to get out, through the opening where his friends had fled. But his escape was denied by the same figure that he was running from. It just stood there, glaring down at him, motionless and silent. Billy tried to slide to a halt in a bid to stop himself running straight into the clutches of the figure, but unable to stop his momentum, slipped and scrambled to go in the opposite direction, losing his footing and cutting his leg in the process. Scurrying back to his feet, he raced back the way he had come to try and find another way out. Only this time, he jumped over the bar and down the trap door into the cellar and bust through the cellar delivery hatch to safety. His friends, who had heard his cries, had already run off and were waiting for Billy as he ran up the street to where they were sat. When he finally caught up with them, he asked them if they had seen the man in Edwardian hunting gear. His mates said no, but that they ran when they heard him scream. When recounting this story to us, Billy said that a lot of folks don't believe him, but he still has the scar on his leg to this day to prove it. Chapter 11. Hickleton. Hickleton Church. There has been a church at Hickleton since Norman times, as indicated by the chancel arch and font. But the building you see today is essentially perpendicular in style, consisting of a typical South Yorkshire limestone west tower. Inside, the church is extravagantly furnished at the expense of the Halifax family, who were also responsible for the Victorian restoration. The church is a large building, which compares with the size of the parish, which would be more befitting for a large town than where it is situated, possibly reflecting the creation of wealth from wool under the influence of the priory of Monk Breton from the 13th to 16th century, until the priory was dissolved and the crown disposed of its land and wealth. Hickleton Church should be remembered for its long association with the champion of Anglo-Catholic reunion, the 2nd Viscount Halifax, and for the 3 skulls he so provocatively displayed in the Lynchgate entrance from the village. The Lynchgate entrance to the churchyard is where coffins are traditionally brought through before being laid out in the church for funeral service and burial. The Lynchgate entrance to the churchyard is where the coffins are traditionally brought through before being laid out in the church for the funeral service and burial. The very word lich was a Saxon word meaning corpse, and literally defines the gate's role as the final threshold or passageway of the body's journey to its final resting place. The skulls. Legend has it that the 3 skulls were that of 3 men, who were believed to have been hung for their crimes of rustling or witchcraft, depending on which version of the events is true. The 3 rustlers were hung at the gallows on the village hangman's lane before being displayed in gibbets on the boundary as a warning to others, until they became so decayed that the gibbets could no longer support the condemned corpses. As they took down the rotten remains, they decapitated each one in turn, imprisoning their own skulls into the church lich gate, bearing the chilling words which were inscribed into the stone beneath the skulls. "Today for me, tomorrow for thee." The words could have meant, "Enjoy today as it may be your last," or a warning to other rustlers or warlocks against their crimes. The second version is that the skulls were of 3 African slaves belonging to the Halifax family, who were caught practicing voodoo and betrayed the family. They were given the death penalty, beheaded and buried in the churchyard in unmarked graves. The family is said to have used the skulls as a warning to others. Local legends say that if you visit the Lich Gate on Hallows Eve at 3 a.m, the witching hour, you can hear the skulls mumbling and reciting a perpetual curse. More recently, one of the skulls was stolen by what is believed to be a local group of occultists in a bid to obtain the secrets of the perpetual curse and assist with their black art practices. To this date, the skull has never been found. This has since been replaced by a replica. The Horseman of Hickleton Crossroads. Hickleton Crossroads is a place of highly reputed paranormal activity. At Crossroads, it was common practice to bury witches and suicide fatalities and even erect a gibbet as a warning to potential rogues, villains, and vagabonds not to break the law in this parish. At Hickleton, it is believed that there once stood a mighty gibbet that hung the bodies of the 3 skulls. One report was made by a cyclist who was travelling from Barnsley towards the crossroads at Hickleton, when he saw a man on horseback, slowly cantering towards the crossroads on the adjacent road. As they met at the intersection, the horse reared, revealing to the cyclist the horseman, who was wearing a riding cape and tri-cornered hat. Before the cyclist had time to ascertain what he was seeing, both rider and horse disbanded into thin air. In 1977, a lorry driver reported braking hard at the junction where the horseman suddenly appeared in the middle of the road, from nowhere, and vanished just as quickly, leaving the driver astounded by the events that had unfolded. This is just a couple of many reports of the mysterious horseman of the Hickleton Crossroads. The Wicker Men. In the early 1990s, a couple were travelling home from Doncaster towards Hickleton. As they approached the junction to turn, the clock struck 3 a.m. As they slowed down to turn the corner opposite the monument near the church, they noticed 2 geriatric men, dressed in long white nightgowns and matching nightcaps. One of them was seated in an old wicker wheelchair whilst being pushed by the other, both staring at the car as it passed by. The couple thought this odd, as they looked lost and confused, and wondered if they had strayed from a local residential home. They decided to stop the car and check for their well-being, but as they stepped out, to their amazement, the old gentleman waved and disappeared. Hickleton Hall of Tiny Terrors. Hickleton Hall is a splendid 18th century house that was built between 1745 and 1748 and stands back in its own grounds behind St. Wilfrid's Church, Hickleton, and today is a nursing home. Whoever haunts the hall remains a mystery, but even the cleaning staff swear that they have felt a presence, hearing the voices of children singing nursery rhymes and playing in rooms which are known to be empty. On one occasion, children were heard playing in an upstairs room and calling out, "Coming, ready or not." But upon investigating, nothing seemed amiss. After closing the door and returning to their duties, children's laughter was heard, as if playing hide and seek with the cleaners. Staff working there don't seem to be fazed by this, and often joke amongst themselves when the voices are heard. It's those bloody kids again. Chapter 12. Higham, the Hermit Inn. In the late 1970s, the Old Stone Public House in Higham created public interest when it was taken over by new owners, Michael Wall, a former engineer, and his wife, Christine. Within a couple of weeks of being there, the couple became so terrified that they vowed to leave after they witnessed a yellow, glowing face appear one night on their bedroom wall. They both said that it was expanding and distorting, and had two dark areas where the eyes should have been, before it disappeared. Scared, the couple moved bedrooms in fear of the incident reoccurring, but within a few days, he was woken again, this time by a banging noise coming from the corner of the room. Sitting up in bed, Michael saw the same distorted face on the wall above a clothes rail. Only this time, when it vanished, the clothes rail collapsed to the floor. Michael said nothing to his wife this time, for fear of frightening her even more, but they were so scared by the events that were unfolding that they resorted to sleeping with the lights on all night. The face was to appear again to the couple, only this time it was grey in colour, against a brightly lit wall. This time it rose to the ceiling and disappeared. Michael contacted the owner of the pub to see if the previous tenants had reported similar problems, but as far as he was aware, no reports of anything of this nature had happened before. So scared of what was happening, Michael and his wife insisted that an exorcism was done on the pub to get rid of it. The owner arranged this with a local priest to conduct the exorcism and to rid the pub of the evil spirit. No further reports of this strange entity have ever been seen since in the old pub, but we wonder if it will ever appear again when new tenants take over. Chapter 13. Hoyland, Low's Strand. Standing out against the skyline and proclaiming one of the most conspicuous parts of South Yorkshire is Hoyland Low's Stand, running alongside an old graveyard that belongs to St. Peter's Church. Many people say that if the building could speak, it would tell fascinating stories relating to this corner of England, of the life of the rich, historical events such as the Civil War, along with many pageants and feasts. Hoyland Low Stand is built of stone, with the main block consisting of 2 stories and a flat roof which was reached by a number of stone steps. Built around 1750, this stand most likely served as a huntsman's lodge, an observation point during local hunts and gatherings for the rich and famous of that time. Built on a parcel of land to which the stand may owe its name, Low, the Norman name for hill. It towers over 600 feet above sea level and is stated to be one of the highest points from Hoyland eastward to the North Sea. After it fell from grace, it became home for various families connected with the church. There is said to be a well in the grounds that supplied fresh water to the residents until it was filled due to a cholera outbreak. There has long since been rumours that there are tunnels from the tower to a nearby farmhouse and the church. During recent renovation works, the indentation of what appears to be a collapsed tunnel was found, giving credence to the legend. Ghost stories of a little girl dressed in white appearing in the top window of the stand are frequently reported, as it is thought that she is the daughter of a family that once lived there, and worked at St. Peter's Church. However, our research has not been able to ascertain a death related to this building, or anyone of such an age. The graveyard. At the side of the Strand is the graveyard for St. Peter's Church, and it was on a dark and cold day in February 2006. A local man was walking his dog at about 6:30 in the evening. The weather was very windy, so not wanting to be out long, he hurried back through the graveyard past the stand, where he noticed a white light appear before him in the shape of a human figure. He was quite taken aback at the sight before him, and it stopped him dead in his tracks, not believing what he was seeing. He stared at the figure for several minutes before it dispersed just as quickly as it had appeared. With this, he ran out of the graveyard, shaken at what he had just seen. He had never believed in such things before until that day, and never visited there alone after dark. The Charisma. Hidden within the busy street line of Hoyland stands a former Methodist church that was built in the early 1800s. Allegedly, the building suffered a major fire with the loss of life. During the mid-90s, it was an antique shop before being sold again and turned into a restaurant named Ivanhoe's in 2003, and was subsequently changed again in 2008 after a further fire that caused considerable smoke damage to the property. Today it is now known as the Charisma Bar, named after the previous antiques business that resided there many years before. One of the cooks, Leanne Clegg from Hoyland, worked in the restaurant in 2005. Whilst working on the third floor function room one Sunday lunchtime, everyone had gone home, and she had just finished cleaning up after the rush, when she turned around and there was a man standing near the sink in the kitchen. She described him as wearing a long black coat, holding a prayer book with a red bookmark, supporting a head of pure white hair, a really big nose and dark eyes. Leanne said that he reminded her of the vicar in the film Poltergeist 2. The man then walked straight through the sunken wall into the dining room, which used to be Sunday school hall. Leanne stood in amazement as she then watched him walk through the tables and chairs towards the stage that used to be the pulpit, where he would have preached at the front of the building. He then turned around and started preaching to the empty room, as if conducting a sermon. After several minutes of this, the man stopped what he was saying, looked up from his book, and stared right at Leanne in a stern manner, before disappearing into the air. Shocked and shaken, Leanne fled the building and vowed never to be alone in that room again. This isn't the only paranormal activity that has taken place in the 200-year-old building. Reports have been made of cutlery and plates being moved from laid tables and stacked in their rightful places on shelves. Also, a suit of armor that stood in the grand building for years would often be tampered with. The sword, which it was holding by its side, would often be found the following day in a salute position, as if presenting arms. Their sighting of a well-dressed lady has been seen in the toilet downstairs on the second floor. One unsuspecting person was so frightened at the sight she saw before her, she came running out in a state of undress. She claimed that she was met by a grey lady stood at the cubicle door with long white hair and Victorian clothes. Many other people have seen the woman whilst being alone in the room, but it is unknown who she is. A further incident of the same woman was reported when two young children were playing around the bar area, when they were stopped in their tracks by the grey woman, who refused to let them pass. In 2008, The Charisma suffered smoke damage after a fire around the back of the building. An insurance assessor arrived and started to take pictures of the rooms to assess the damage for his records. Several days later, he contacted the owner and asked if there were any known hauntings in the building, as something unusual had turned up in his photos. The pictures he had taken had the figure of a boy on the roof of the bar in the function room. It is unknown to this day who this boy in the photo is, but many other people have reported the sounds of children singing old hymns, and the smell of burnt wood has been smelled on a number of occasions. It is rumoured that the fire that broke out claimed the lives of the vicar and several children during a Sunday service. However, we have been unable to clarify if there was indeed a fire in the old chapel, or that any loss of life was a result of such an incident. Chapter 14. Kendre, St. Helens Maternity Hospital. St. Helens Hospital was the old maternity hospital that served Barnsley before it was demolished, and a new hospital built in its place in the 1960s, to what is now known today as the Barnsley District General Hospital. On the site previously also stood the old workhouse that closed its doors in 1931 for the last time. To date, there have been reports of many ghostly experiences around the hospital. On the infectious diseases ward, which used to be the children's ward, staff claim that when they have worked nights, they can hear children crying, even though the current children's ward is nowhere near, so it can't be those children they hear. In addition to this, one of the gynecology wards, which is now used as office space, is said to be haunted by a young girl called Sally. She could not be resuscitated, and staff say that she pressed the stomach of anyone who enters the side of the room where she died. Many visitors and staff who visit the ward itself always claim that it seems to have an eerie feel to it. On many occasions, shadows have been seen moving around at night, as well as unexplained noises. On another ward that is now used as offices, it is also said to be haunted by an old lady with grey hair, who rocks back and forth in her rocking chair before smiling and then just disappearing into thin air. Witnesses who have seen her always say that she appears to be friendly and seems to be quite content where she is. The Haunted Terrace, Kendre. In 1971, a growing family moved into a larger house at the top end of Summer Lane, Kendre. The house had been passed to the family after bereavement, saddened at their loss, but quite happy that they could now move into a larger home, as their previous one was quite small. The gentleman whose house it was named Charlie, and he had worked all his life down the pits. The family had only lived in the house around 4 weeks, when one of the children was playing in the back room and happened to look out of the window, where he saw a man wearing a flat cloth cap, white shirt, waistcoat, and pit boots, digging at the top of the garden. Thinking it was someone who his parents had hired to clear the garden, he tottered off down the stairs and went into the garden to see what he was doing. As the little boy grew closer to the man, he said, "Hey up!" The man looked up from his digging and said, "Hey up, son." The boy asked what his name was, for which he replied, "Charlie." He went on to say, "What are you doing?" To which Charlie replied, "I'm digging garden, lad." Charlie then carried on about his business, and seemed to be speaking to a third person, who the child could not see. As the boy looked on at Charlie digging and chattering away, the boy was a little stunned when all of a sudden, Charlie downed his tools and said, "I'm off now, love," and walked down the garden path, down the drive and out of sight. The little boy went into the house and told his parents about Charlie digging the garden. But the parents, knowing that the house used to belong to a man named Charlie, scolded him for telling tales about the house and wanted to know who had given him that information. To this day, the boy, who is now a grown man, still swears blind that he saw the man named Charlie digging in the garden, and that the conversation he had with him that day was real. Kendray Cottage. This story came from a man who witnessed some strange encounters in a property he lived in over 30 years ago. The property is nestled away in Kendray and was built in 1740 as a stable block and farrier's accommodation for Park House, which is now under private ownership. The stable block was later extended and turned into a 2-up 2-down dwelling to accommodate the gardener whilst the horses were relocated to a new block of stables that later became potting sheds. After moving into the property in the early 1960s, the family of 3 were quite content in the small quaint home, until they pulled the potting sheds down, when they soon realized that they were sharing it with something else. The man of the house was the first to witness the strange events when he heard screaming coming from downstairs. Thinking that someone was hurt, he went to look, only to find the back door wide open, and that the noise was coming from outside the garden. He wandered out into the garden and was shocked to see a man walking about, wearing a 3-cornered hat, a gown-type coat, and walking stick. What horrified him the most was the fact that he didn't appear to have any legs. The horseman never acknowledged him and carried on walking in the darkness of the garden towards where the potting sheds once stood. Stumbling back into the house, where his wife and son were stood waiting, concerned for his safety, he had to be helped to a chair and given a stiff drink. It was only after about 2 hours that he was finally able to bring himself to tell them what he had seen. But what petrified him the most was that the horseman appeared to have no legs, as if walking through the grounds, wading his way through the soil. It was then that they realized that the ground had been raised, and the figure would have been walking on the original cobbled courtyard. However, this was just a start of things to come. There was a trapdoor leading into the cellar from the lounge. One day, while they were all watching television, the door, which was locked shut, started to bang repeatedly, which followed by the TV slowly dragging itself across the room towards the unsuspecting family sat on the couch. Just as the TV got to the point where the cables were stretched to the max, the banging stopped and the TV stopped moving. The family at this point was stricken with fear at the supernatural happenings that were plaguing their home. More events began to happen. Bed covers were ripped from where they were while they were sleeping, whilst scratching noises were emitting from right under their very beds, with what sounded like giant claws. The man of the house suffered a stroke and was taken seriously ill, becoming laid up most days. This seemed to escalate the hauntings, as he often complained about the bed shaking violently and being lifted off the floor, like it was tormenting him. This was also witnessed by his wife and son on numerous occasions. Taps began to turn on by themselves, and his wife even considered calling a priest to exorcise the house. Unfortunately, the father passed away, and things got so bad that they decided to leave the house forever. But as they were moving, the neighbour inquired why they were departing. Explaining the events, the neighbour informed them that they also had experienced similar things, and that they often had seen the man in the 3-cornered hat wandering around the garden, and they believed it to be Jacob Hanshaw, who was trampled to death by a horse when it was a stable block. Since the family have left the house, no one has ever lived on the property for more than a couple of days. Today, the property stands empty. Or does it? Chapter 15. Lundwood. History. Lundwood is 3 miles northeast of Barnsley town centre. Before the 1920s, the area was predominantly rural, apart from the ruins of Monk Breton's Priory. When the Cluniac monks first came to build their monastery near the north bank of the River Dearne in 1153, the whole area was a thick forest. The area was initially dotted with timber buildings, but during the late 12th and 13th centuries, a substantial monastery complex was built in local sandstone. The landscape around Lundwood remained a largely unchanged suburb until the Industrial Revolution, when a transport infrastructure developed to service the needs of growing industries on the Yorkshire coalfield. Lundwood Isolation Hospital, half a mile down Lund Lane, was opened in 1900 to care for smallpox victims. Then during the First and Second World Wars, it was used for shell shock victims, many of whom sadly contracted illness and never left. But by 1948, it was changed and became a geriatric care hospital, before being demolished in 1977. Lundwood Hospital's ghost. Lundwood's hospital ghost was perhaps the greatest strayer of them all, although nothing has been heard of it since the former smallpox hospital was burnt to the ground, concealing all its memories to the ashes. For well over 30 years, staff and patients alike reported fleeting dark entities and bizarre occurrences plaguing the old isolation hospital, right up until its demise. Wheelchairs would often be seen rolling along the empty corridors late at night. Footsteps would keep many patients awake during hours of darkness. Frequent sightings of medical staff wearing old Victorian uniforms were reported, although only one nurse ever came forward and claimed to have seen the Grey Lady, with a white flowing headdress resembling that of an early sister's uniform that would have been worn at the turn of the century. Sister Rose Webster, the sister in charge of the hospital for the last 7 years of its life as a geriatric unit, said she often experienced strange events there, including her terrier dog that steadfastly refused to enter the old Gothic structure. Even in 1947, most people believed the building was haunted. At least one matron refused to go upstairs. The top floor was really eerie and unnaturally cold. The local council officer said that the hospital had burnt as a safety precaution to prevent dormant germ spores being returned to circulation, and that the rumours amongst locals that it was to purge the place of evil was a myth. Although during its last days standing, the Grey Lady was still making her presence felt. Rumour has it that police dogs on patrol on the ground since the hospital's closure in September 1974 were terrified to enter the building. The Lundwood entity. Although the hospital has long since been reduced to ashes, the ghosts that knew this as home still refuse to be laid to rest. While doing our investigation for this book, we were approached by a former resident who lived in a property that stood where the old hospital and grounds once were. In 2004, Jan Harris and her partner moved into the modest bungalow on Lundwood Lane. Within a week, the satellite men turned up to install satellite TV to the house. While making the men a cup of tea, she overheard them saying, "I'm fed up of coming here. How long do you think these two will last before the ghosts get them?" Intrigued at their conversation, she asked, "What about this ghost?" One of the men said, "Oh, sorry, love, I didn't see you there," but was only too eager to tell her the tale. He said that it was the 6th time within the last 4 years that they had been called to install a system for the new tenant at this address, but no one had ever stayed long, and every previous tenant had mentioned strange happenings, and it had become known to the engineers as the haunted bungalow. They always saw it as an easy job because they didn't have to install a dish, just the receiver. Not taking too much notice of what they said, she joked about the superstitious engineers later with her partner while watching TV. However, it wasn't before long that problems started. A new alarm system had been installed, which featured infrared motion sensors and door contacts, along with a state-of-the-art control panel that showed where the break was in the system. Soon after this was installed, it started going off for no apparent reason during the early hours of the morning between 2 and 3 a.m. When checking the control panel, it would display that the back door had been opened, but upon checking this, the door would always be locked. They would reset the alarm and return back to bed, only to be disturbed again by the motion sensor in the lounge going off, as if someone were in there. When checking this, they noticed the lounge door had been opened by itself. This became so frequent that they had to call the alarm company out on several occasions to check the system for a fault. Although no fault could ever be found by the engineer, they even had the lounge door checked by a joiner to make sure it was hung correctly. In the end, they had no option but to disconnect the system altogether. The back bedroom where they had been sleeping at this point was freezing cold. Even with additional heaters in the room, they could never get the temperature to rise. It was so bad that they could see their breaths in the air and had to relocate to the front bedroom. Even the dog refused to enter the room and would bark at the doorway as if there were a stranger there. Strange phenomena increased, and with it so did the strain on the couple. Things would go missing and only reappear after a small domestic had ensued, almost as if being baited into an argument by the entity. Fleeting shadows were becoming frequently witnessed by both, even though they didn't like to talk about it amongst themselves. Jan said that she often saw a tall figure standing in the lounge doorway that would vanish in the blink of an eye once she had turned her gaze its way. With the increase in the activity, the dog's behavior became more erratic, barking and growling at the air. The dog became more anxious over time, and it wasn't before long it disappeared and was never seen again. Her partner tried to make a more practical approach to the strange phenomena, until one day while in the bathroom, the sink plug which was hanging from the tap began to spin wildly like a spinning top, even though he hadn't touched it. After this incident, he refused to bathe alone and insisted that Jan didn't leave him alone in the room. Things took a turn for the worse one evening, whilst they were in the lounge watching TV, when a brilliant bright magnolia light manifested itself next to her as she sat on the sofa. She described it as being around the size of a football, but in an oval shape, at about head height. She shouted to her partner, who was sat in a chair, but he'd already seen it. They both sat in disbelief for about 30 seconds before it vanished as quickly as it had formed. She recounted the story of the magnolia orb to her daughter when she visited later that week, who wasn't surprised at her mother's story, as she had also seen the exact same light in the back bedroom when she had stayed there previously. This now confirmed to the couple that they had to leave to avoid the oppressive haunting and atmosphere that was causing pressure on their relationship. Not long after they had come to this decision, a close friend of Jan's came to visit. She pulled into the long driveway and knocked on the front door, but there was no answer because they were out shopping. Getting back in her car, she began to reverse down the drive when she noticed someone waving through the window. Thinking this was Jan, she stopped, but was horrified to see an incomplete, partly transparent torso of a woman with some sort of uniform with headdress stood at the lounge window, waving slowly from left to right. She pulled up her sunglasses in disbelief as the figure turned and walked back into the room and out of view. After Jan's friend had told her what she'd seen, Jan knew that they needed to leave immediately and decided that they needed to move out that weekend. The weekend arrived and they were eager to leave. A removal company had already taken most of their furniture, and all that was left was to take few personal belongings and boxes. But Jan refused point blank to enter and was shouting instructions to her partner to hurry, as she didn't want to stay there a moment longer than she had to. By now it was late afternoon, and the evening was drawing in, when she noticed a bright blue fluorescent glow emitting from the lounge. Thinking it was the TV in blue screen mode, she shouted to her partner, "What are you messing with the telly for? You know I don't want to be here after dark." When her partner came back to the door and said, "Jan, the TV went with the removal men. You're freaking me out now. Come and help me get the last of this stuff so that we can get out of here." But as Jan stepped into the hallway, she could see dozens of shadows encroaching upon her, and a feeling of impending doom swept over her. Like every evil in the world came running towards her all at once. She and her partner dropped the boxes and fled, never returning to pick them up. Jan often wonders what happened to the haunted bungalow that she feared so much, and if any other occupants ever stayed there longer than a few months. After receiving this story, we went to look at the location where she described. I think it may now have been demolished, just like the old hospital that stood there before it. Chapter 16. Monk Breton. The Black Monk of Monk Breton Priory. Monk Breton Priory in Barnsley was founded by monks from the Priory of St. John at Pontefract in the 12th century. Founded in the 1150s, Monk Breton Priory belonged to the powerful French order of Cluny. Its monks followed the 6th century rule of Saint Benedict. Sometime between 1090 and 1098, Robert de Lacy, who ran his lordship from Pontefract Castle, set up a priory of Cluniac monks at Pontefract. The monks came from the great Cluniac mother house, La Charité-sur-l'Eure, in France. The Roberts family was rewarded for this gift with daily prayers to save their immortal souls. Alaric of Cawthorne was a local English landowner under the Lacy lordship. He also made gifts to St. John's. Later, Alaric's grandson, Adam Fitzswain, set up his own Cluniac priory here at Lund, or Breton, staffed by monks from St. John's. Its foundation can be dated to 1153 to 54. In the 1680s, when local gentry at the time recounted the first recorded sighting of the Black Friar, as the witness rode up on his steed early one morning through the priory grounds, he decided to take a look at the magnificent structure. As he got closer, he could see what he thought was a local peasant girl wandering around the grand estate. He rode towards her to bid her a good morning, until he reached the threshold of the curtain wall. It then dawned on him that the hooded figure was not a maiden in a shawl, but a man in a habit gliding through the fog of the ruins in an unearthly manner. The figure turned its head in the direction of the rider, but before he knew what was happening, it was upon him. Startled at its rapid descent, he gazed down at the hooded figure in awe, only for it to reveal a hideous skeletal face, striking fear into the core of his soul. At this, the horse reared and bolted off, nearly causing the rider to fall, not stopping until it reached its home in Mooresborough. Over the years at Christmas time, he would recount the story to his family and friends, of the Black Friar resembling the Grim Reaper himself, and believed that it was a warning that death was before him, and he continued on his journey that day, and subsequently slipped into local folklore where it resides today. Monk Breton Village. Monk Breton has been a settlement since medieval times, and was originally known just as Breton. It is sometimes thought to have taken its name from the 12th century Adam Fitzswain de Breton, whose family owned much land in the area, and who also founded Monk Breton Priory. However, in the Domesday Book of 1086, the area is already known as Breton, and the name may have originally meant farmstead of the Britons, suggesting that a remnant of the old Romano-British population may have lived here in the Anglo-Saxon period. By 1225, the village was referred to as Monk Breton, Monkey, referring to the monks of the nearby priory. In 1444, Sir William de Breton gave to Thomas Harrington Esquire and other trustees land and tenements in Monk Breton, which his father and grandfather had leased to the prior and convent for a term of years. The vague shape of men in long gowns have been seen running around this area with the sounds of chanting that can be heard in the dead of night. The Bailey Club. The Bailey Club in Monk Breton has always been a popular place for locals and visitors alike. The sounds of the hymn, "All people that on earth do dwell," is often heard being played on the club's organ, stopping various conversations in their tracks while they try and recognize the psalm before looking for the source. Many staff and customers have gone to investigate the harmonic music. When tracing it back to the club's organ, the music abruptly stops and no organist can be found, almost as if the organ were playing itself. A ghostly monk has been seen lurking around the Bailey Club, and is thought to be the likely culprit for the beautiful harmonies that haunt the building. On one occasion, there was a blast of an ice-cold freeze that cut through the building with such force and change in temperature that patrons thought the doors had burst open through some sort of freak weather, but were surprised to find that all openings to the building were secure, leaving a second chill to run up the spine. Chapter 17. New Lodge Estate. The New Lodge Estate is located to the north of Barnsley, on the A61 near Athersley. The earliest reference to New Lodge dates from 1377, when the area was referred to as New Lathes, becoming New Lathes in 1541. Maps from 1850 show 8 or 9 farm outbuildings at New Lodge, together with the large stone-built manor house with its long carriageway and the roundhouse lodge on Wakefield Turnpike, now the A61. The manor house was built around 1800 by the York architect John Clark for his nephew John Carr. The roundhouse was an unusual 8-sided building that was demolished in the mid-20th century, but the name for the site remains. The manor house is now in private ownership, after it was saved from vandalism in 1992. New Lodge Wood's mysterious light. There have been numerous sightings in the wooded area near the estate, known as New Lodge Woods. But on one winter's night, around 8 p.m, a group of children were in the woods when they heard a sound that was like a train heading towards them. Not thinking much of it, they carried on about their business until about 5 minutes later, the group saw a long white shadow resembling train carriages fly past them. They recounted that it took about 15 seconds to pass as they stood there frozen with fear at what was happening to them. Astounded at what they had perceived, the group ran home, shaken and scared at what they had seen. Even today, the memory of that night still haunts them. After researching this location, we have been unable to trace if there was in fact any train lines located in this area. Chapter 18. New Miller Dam. History of New Miller Dam. Covering 237 acres of woodland and water, New Miller Dam Country Park was once part of an area known by the Norse name of Thurstenhur. The area became known as New Mile on Dam when a new corn mill was built around 1285. The original mill was probably situated upstream, near to the site of the boathouse, and was rebuilt several times during the period before 1633, when it was moved to the present location by Francis Neville of Shervat Hall. At that time, the dam that used to feed the water wheel was increased in size. The corn mill seen today on the A61 was built in the 1820s. Shervat Hall and Estate. Shervat Hall, rebuilt in 1529 by the Neville family, used to stand to the east of the country park. The park formed part of the Shervat estate, which covered an area of 2,340 acres. When the estate was purchased by the Pilkington family in 1765, they used the estate for fishing and hunting. The locals were not allowed in the grounds, with poachers severely dealt with. Later, Lionel Pilkington had 9 lodges built for his gamekeepers, who were charged with protecting the estate. 2 of the lodges, which were built in 1870, stand at the park gates, either side of the dam. In 1954, the park was sold to Wakefield Council, who 2 years later opened the area up for all to enjoy. Shervat Hall was demolished due to mining subsidence in the 1960s. Haunting manifestation. A ghostly figure of a man is seen lurking in the undergrowth at dusk at various parts of the park surrounding the lake. Many locals believe that the ghost is that of a poacher who once poached game from the land. It has been suggested that the man accidentally drowned in the lake, or a more sinister theory is that a more underhanded fate came to take his life, and his body was discarded at the dam. But both theories conclude that his body was never recovered. Could this restless soul be waiting for his remains to be found, so that he could finally be laid to rest? In addition, other stories are that he is one of the gameskeepers, still working his shift and protecting the land and lake from poachers that once stole from the estate. Chapter 19. Penistone. Cannon Hall. Hidden in the beautiful South Yorkshire village of Cawthorne, just north of Barnsley, is Cannon Hall. For generations it was home to the Spencer and later the Spencer-Stanhope family. Its present owners, Barnsley Council, have opened it up as a museum. Part of the estate is still a working farm, and this is now a popular family visitor attraction enjoyed by many, alongside the hall itself. The history of Cannon Hall. Records show that there was a house on this site as early as 1086. However, not much is written about it. Cannon Hall got its current name from the 13th century inhabitant, Gilbert Cannon. In the late 14th century, it was owned by the Bosville family of Ardsley, and it was during this time that the most violent events in its traceable history occurred. The Bosvilles had let the hall to a family whose name is unknown now, the daughter of whom was romantically linked with a man named Lockwood, who had been linked to the murder of Sir John Elland, the sheriff of the county. The tenant, frightened of the position in which he could find himself accommodating a fugitive, sent word to Bosville, who sent his men to Cannon Hall. Lockwood was then killed in a cruel and violent manner. In the 1660s, the estate was then bought by John Spencer, who brought his family to Cannon Hall from Montgomeryshire in the Welsh borders, where they hoped it was a much safer place than Wales for those with royalist sympathies, such as those of the Spencers. The Spencer family rapidly became very active in the local iron and coal industry, eventually building up a huge empire, which, amongst other things, founded the rebuilding of the hall in 1710. It was then extended in 1764 to 1768 by the much sought after and respected architect John Carr of York, who John Spencer commissioned to add wings to and modernize the interior of the hall. The Spencer family continued to use Cannon Hall as their home until the last member of the family, Elizabeth, removed the contents and sold the house to Barnsley Council in 1951, where the council made the Grand Hall into a museum and opened it up to the public in 1957. The haunted history of Cannon Hall. Cannon Hall has a history of spooky and sometimes frightening occurrences. The present staff have reported a series of true accounts of some strange events, the majority being experienced in daytime, and some being witnessed more than one person. Frequently, a small boy has been seen, only to disappear after staff have searched the building for him. Also, there have been incidents where doors have been slammed shut and have been difficult to unlock by staff. The entrance hall. One member of staff who was working late one night was just waiting for the last of the visitors to leave when they saw the figure of a lady move behind one of the grand columns in the entrance hall, heading towards the stairs. With it being closing time, the staff member followed the woman to remind her they were locking up. Following the woman upstairs, the woman disappeared out of view. As they reached the top, they were greeted by another member of staff, who informed them that no one was upstairs and hadn't been for a long time. Thinking that they had imagined the lady, they thought nothing more of it, until, whilst on their way home, the same lady was on the hall's drive. After looking at old photographs, they are now convinced that the lady they saw twice in one night was that of Elizabeth Spencer Stanhope, the last of the family to own Cannon Hall. The Victorian Ballroom. One member of staff claims that whilst in the Victorian Ballroom, she felt as if someone was tugging at her cheek. Turning around to see who was there, she was spooked to see that she was alone in the room. Later that day, she was again startled to experience a resistance to the double doors while unlocking it. She described the incident as if someone were pulling it from the other side. The South Terrace. During the summer of 2005, staff were showing a family around the dining room when the South Terrace door slammed shut for no obvious reason. There was no wind at the time, and no explanation could be given for such a violent slamming of the door. On a second occasion in the dining room, one of the attendants was opening the door, which normally would open easily, only to find it wouldn't move more than a few inches. The witness described it as if someone were holding it shut from the other side. It suddenly yielded and opened. After checking the room, it was empty, with no explanation to be found. Another time, as the attendant was locking this door from the terrace room, the second door shut unexplainably behind her, and she was trapped between two doors. She pushed the door open in a panic and fled, refusing to lock those doors by herself ever again. More strange phenomenon was to be witnessed by staff on the 30th of August 2007, as they watched in amazement as the crystal chandelier in the dining room started to move in what they described as a single entity, despite it consisting of hundreds of separate elements which usually rattle and move independently of each other when touched. The chandelier rotated in a slow clockwise direction silently for 4 hours without stopping. What was strange about this occurrence was the supporting chain did not move or rotate. The staff investigated possible causes for this throughout the whole time period of the strange event, and even after it stopped, they tried to recreate the phenomena by moving the chandelier, but they couldn't get the same effect or timings. No possible cause has been found to this date. The library. In the library, freshly smoked pipe tobacco is often smelt by visitors and staff alike. One member of staff reported feeling her hair being stroked when she was on duty in there, leaving her feeling unnerved and shaken by the experience. The kitchen maid. The figure of a young woman dressed in a maid-type uniform has been seen by several staff in the Victorian kitchen. Others also report the feeling of being watched when they are alone in the room. Other strange phenomena in the kitchen have included a coffee machine turning itself on, a locked door unlocking itself, and a poker from the fire range flying across the room and hitting a member of staff on the leg, and a stoneware jar being seen by several people at once to suddenly fly from a shelf and smash onto the floor. The upstairs bedroom corridor. Along the upstairs bedroom corridor, muffled voices can often be heard, as well as furniture being moved around in the last room off the corridor, which leaves staff there baffled, as the room is always locked and not accessible to the public. Once a visitor reported seeing a hazy-like figure. It was only after she reported the account to staff that it matched a previous report there of another witness who saw the figure of a woman walk along the hall. So real was this woman that the person started a conversation with her, only to discover that she was talking to thin air. The Green Bedroom. One of the bedrooms in the house is known as the Green Bedroom. This is said to be haunted by a lady rumoured to have died there during childbirth. A museum attendant claimed to have seen the figure of a small woman with long dark hair and wearing a long dark dress glide into the Green Bedroom one night when closing the shutters. Upon checking, the room was empty. They couldn't explain where she had come from or where she had gone. The Spencer Room. The Spencer Room is situated above the old stables and now used for conferences and meetings. However, in October 2006, 2 female volunteers helping out with an event there were startled to see a metal teaspoon levitate from out of a cup and land some distance away on the counter. Both ladies described the event and said they saw the spoon leave the cup as if being lifted out by a hand, but they couldn't see the hand. The Craft Shop. At the museum is a shop named Butler's Pantry Craft Shop, and even here, paranormal occurrences have been reported. Toys are said to move by themselves in front of staff and customers. Just outside the shop is a disabled toilet, which is known to flush itself after the lights have suddenly gone out, for no reason, while the toilet is in use. No cause for this has been found to date, despite investigation by electricians and plumbers. The Deer Shed. The most well-known ghost story associated with the hall isn't in the hall itself, but it's outside in the park at the Deer Shed. Apparently, in late Victorian times, the ghostly image of a tall figure dressed in a long gown-type coat was seen materializing under a tree near the Deer Shed. There are accounts which show that in 1881, the Vicar of Cawthorne, the Reverend Charles Tiplady Pratt, conducted an exorcism near the Deer Shed. It was reported to be successful, as there were no further sightings after. Or is there? Catling Hall. Catling Hall was built in the 16th century, taking its name from the family who resided there. Although little is known about them, their name can be seen on early charters from the Penistone area. Catling Hall later became a home for the Sotwells, who at one time included the Vicar of Penistone. Frank Henry Gaunt then took over the hall and was well known for laying food down to encourage the foxes for the local hunt. Donald Nut Brown was a young lad who would visit the hall and help Mr. Gaunt in his work. One day, they were outside the hall when a tall gentleman in Edwardian dress appeared from the direction of Gunthwaite Hall and walked past both of them in the direction of Penistone. He offered no acknowledgement to the pair and appeared to not have noticed either of them. Donald was curious about the strange man's clothing and asked Mr. Gaunt who the man was. The figure only appears at certain times of the year, and he walks the same route. He went on to explain that he was not a living person, but in fact, a ghost. Mr. Gaunt had seen the smartly dressed spectre a number of times, and didn't fear the unknown man. He went on to explain to Donald that at one time the old footpath that ran past the hall was used in the transportation of convicts going from Halifax jail to the jail at Sheffield. Catling Hall was a stop-off point for the guards and prisoners to rest. At the time, it was equipped with secure holding places for the criminals. Conditions in the last century for transporting prisoners were notoriously bad, and it's likely that many died on the long, treacherous journey that they often made in poor weather conditions. Frank went on to explain to Donald that at certain times of the year, he had heard the sounds of ghostly rattling chains and eerie groans carried on the winds over the moors. Dead from the Moor. The Dog and Partridge public house, Penistone, was once used to store dead bodies, which were found on the nearby moorland. It is believed a few of these unfortunates have remained earthbound, and are now seen as fleeting shadows from the corner of one's eye. Strange smells have also been reported coming from the cellars below. Corpse Candle of St. John's Church, Penistone. One warm summer's evening in July 1793, a newly ordained curate of St. John's Church, Penistone, Thomas Hunter, stood at dusk in the churchyard, watching the birds roosting in the trees. The daylight had gone, and darkness fell when his eyes were drawn to a pale blue light hovering over a certain spot in the churchyard. Thinking it was a lantern, he went and opened the wicket gate to check, fearing grave robbers. However, the light remained fixed for some time, swaying around an old grave. The minister observed it for a while as it began to grow in size and brightness, pulsating like the beating of a heart. Then, little by little, the light began to move slowly, drifting in and out of the gravestones. He went cautiously forwards and marked the place the blue light had first appeared with a stone. He followed it across the road and into the wood. His heart was racing, but his curiosity was too strong to not investigate. The light was moving fast, now building up speed. He had to make a good pace to keep up with it. When it came out of the wood onto a stretch of open moor, the minister found himself running at it at speed. Finally it slowed down as he approached some buildings, and it came to rest on the door of a farmhouse. As he looked on in amazement at what he saw before him, a second orb of blue light, but smaller, appeared at an upstairs window, and after some moments of wavering, it came through the glass, moving down to align itself on the door next to the first light. Slowly at first, then more briskly, the two began the return journey to the churchyard, with the larger light leading the way. Thomas was almost out of breath when the twin lights reached the churchyard. Entering through the wicket a second time, he saw them merging together and fading, arriving at the scene again just in time to mark the spot with another stone. The next morning, the minister returned to the churchyard and found the marker stones. They were at either end of the same horizontal gravestone. Thomas made a mental note of the position of the grave and the name engraved upon it. He went to check the registers, as there didn't seem to have been anyone buried in the family plot for some time. After finding the listing, there had been no one buried there for at least the last 19 years. Thinking that it must have been his imagination, he thought nothing more of it until the following day, when he saw the senior deacon talking to the sexton in the churchyard. As he went to join them, he knew immediately they were standing near the spot he had identified the previous night. As he came closer, he could see that the sexton was opening up the grave. Inquiring as to why he was digging, Thomas was informed that a boy had died of scarlet fever the previous night. The unfortunate youngster had been the only child in the third generation of a family who lived above the woods in a remote farmhouse. The physician had been hopeful the boy would recover, but a sudden, unexpected relapse had proved him wrong. The child had died, surrounded by his distraught family at sunset. Traditions of corpse candles and its collection to Halloween. For centuries, it was believed that life is represented by light and fire, and that the life soul is a flame that lives inside one's body. Hence the analogy, light of my life. They are often called spook lights, ghost lights, or orbs by novelists and paranormal investigators. When death occurs, the soul leaves the body in the form of a flame, and it was believed that this light or soul of the departed would return to serve as an omen of someone's impending death. The Yorkshire tradition is that these lights, or corpse candles, are blue in colour and vary in size. In theory, a large one represents the soul of a man, a medium-sized flame the soul of a woman, and a small one the soul of a child. The corpse candle will only visit a dying person if they have relatives already buried in the churchyard. When a person was near to death, the corpse candle would appear at their house, and then make its way to the churchyard by the same route that the coffin would follow once the death had occurred. This has similarities today in near-death experiences, when people report being met by a loved one to take them to the other side. These are reported throughout the United Kingdom, and are where the tradition of carrying lanterns around at Halloween come from. Halloween, or All Hallows Evening, also known as Halloween, is on October 31st, the night before All Saints' Day, much like Day of the Dead. The Halloween holiday is commonly thought to have pagan roots, even though the etymology of the word is Christian. It is more typically linked to the Celtic festival of Samhain, derived from the Old Irish Samhain, meaning summer's end. There was also a sense that this was the time of year when the physical and supernatural worlds were closest and magical things could happen, when all the dead of that year would walk the earth on this night, when the veil between the land of the living and the land of the dead was at its thinnest. To ward off these spirits, the Gaels built huge, symbolically regenerative bonfires and invoked the help of the gods through animal and perhaps even human sacrifice. In the pagan Britain, the Slawn were a malevolent form of corpse candle. The spirits of the restless dead are also described as blue lights. Sometimes they were seen as sinners, or generally evil people, who were welcome in neither heaven nor hell, who had been rejected by the Celtic deities and by the earth itself. Whichever the underlying belief, they are almost always depicted as troublesome and destructive. They were seen to fly in groups, like flocks of birds, and were known to try and enter the house of a dying person in an effort to carry the soul away with them. West-facing windows were sometimes kept closed to keep them out. Some consider the slaw to also carry with them the souls of innocent people who were kidnapped by these destructive spirits. Later, Halloween became heavily influenced by the Christian holy days of All Saints' Day and All Souls' Day, falling on November 1st and 2nd respectively. Collectively, there were a time of honouring the saints and praying for the recently departed who had yet to reach heaven. By the end of the 12th century, they had become days of holy obligation across Europe, and involved such traditions as ringing bells for the souls in purgatory and souling, the custom of baking bread or soul cakes for all Christian souls. It was traditionally believed that the souls of the departed wandered the earth until All Saints' Day, and All Hallows' Eve provided one last chance for the dead to gain vengeance on their enemies before moving on to the next world. To avoid being recognized by a soul, Christians would wear masks and costumes to disguise themselves, following the carving of turnips into lanterns as a way of representing souls held in purgatory, corpse candles, and were used to guide the lost souls to worship the next day where they could find rest. The turnip was traditionally used for this purpose in Great Britain at Halloween, but immigrants to North America used the native pumpkin, which is both much softer and much larger, making it easier to carve than a turnip. Today, this practice has been perpetuated through children trick-or-treating. Trick-or-treat resembles the late medieval practice of souling, when poor folk would go from door to door on Hallowmas, November 1st, receiving food in return for prayers for the dead on All Souls' Day, November 2nd. It originated in the British Isles and was initially called guising. In this custom, the child performs some sort of trick, i.e. sings a song or tells a ghost story to earn their treats. Trick-or-treating today is a customary celebration for children on Halloween. Children go in costume from house to house, asking for treats such as sweets and sometimes money, with the question, trick or treat. The word trick refers to a threat to perform mischief on the homeowners or their property if no treat is given. What trick-or-treating actually represents is someone in disguise to protect themselves from the dead. offering to lead any lost or damned souls by light of a lantern, representing a corpse candle, to Mass the following day, for a small fee. What a strange pastime for children. The Penistone Ghost Bus. Tales of the Penistone Ghost Bus seem to have been passed down through generations around Barnsley. But in northern England, the ghost bus is not a new phenomenon, but the incarnation of a much older legend, the death coach or ghost carriage. These date back to medieval times, where it was believed throughout Great Britain that death travelled by a pitch-black horse-drawn carriage, complete with a headless coachman. The coach is said to be a harbinger of death, and is a signifier of its inevitability, as the belief goes. Once it has come to earth, it can never return empty. It passes at midnight and makes no sound, and many people believe that the death of an individual has been decided by a greater power, and mortals can do nothing to prevent it. With each passing century, it seems that death finds a more familiar mode of transport to help trick unsuspecting passengers to board his chosen mode of travel, increasing his quota for souls destined for the world of the dead. It's believed that the Grim Reaper himself controls the vehicle that is carrying the departed souls, and takes the form of a human, and searches for people who are restless or ungrateful with their gift of life, choosing them as his victims on a set route direct to hell. The vehicle may change, but its purpose is always the same, carrying the souls of the dead to the underworld, and picking up any spare passengers along the way. It appears in many forms, such as a horse-drawn stagecoach, a steam train, like in Christopher's song Spanish Train, a ship like the Flying Dutchman, condemned to eternally sail the seas, or a bus, as in the Penistone Ghost Bus. In South Yorkshire today, it is reported as being in the form of a bus that normally arrives late at night to pick up its passengers, who are running late when the ghost bus arrives. It is reported to be a very old one, that you board at the rear, and that seems to be in need of repairs. The conductor, who is a small, frail old man, always welcomes the passenger on, and informs them that the ride is free. Only then, when the bus begins its journey to its destination, can the victim actually see the true form of the passengers and the driver, who are all already dead. The retold legend that circulates Barnsley is as follows. Late one night in Penistone, a young man went to catch the last bus home to Barnsley, after staying much longer than expected talking to his friend. Thinking he had missed the bus, as he could not see anyone stood at the bus stop on Barnsley Road, he was about to turn back and stay over at his mate's, when he was met by a man who must have been following him to the same stop. The man spoke to him in an Irish accent and said, "You've not missed it, son. It'll be along in a minute." Feeling reassured, he hung around waiting for it to arrive, exchanging small talk with the old man. As if out of nowhere, a dimly lit old bus peeled up. The man could see through the dirty windows that there were a few old people on board, and thought it was strange that he had to board at the back of the bus, as all buses he had caught previously had doors at the front. Not thinking too much about it, he was glad to be going home. He was about to climb on, when he was met by a thin, gaunt-looking ticket conductor, who gestured to the empty seats before saying, "Jump on, I almost missed you two." Climbing aboard, he proceeded to one of the empty seats, closely followed by the Irishman, noticing that all the other passengers were all sat speechless, all dressed in black. But before he could take another step, the Irishman abruptly grabbed the young man's left arm, stopping him in his tracks, while at the same time pointing at one of the old passengers on the bus shouting, "I know you." Then the old man begins to pull on the young man's clothes, saying, "Get off the bus. It's not for us. It's not our bus. Get off now." The young man, who was confused and surprised at the strength of the old Irishman's grip, did as he was told, fearing his strict commandments and the dragging of his arm that showed no signs of stopping. They both stumbled back off the bus onto the pavement, and the old man let go of his arm as they both stood watching the bus leave silently for a few seconds. The young man demanded an explanation, saying, "What was that for?" He said, "Young man, you are lucky coming across me tonight. Otherwise you would have been in deadly trouble." Seeing there was fear in the old man's eyes. "Why?" the lad asked. "Has no one ever told you to avoid the old bus late at night?" "What the hell are you going on about?" snapped the young man. The Irishman took a deep breath, as if to summon up the last dregs of courage, and said, "I recognized the old man at the front of the bus. He was an old acquaintance of mine, and not a very nice man at that." "Yeah, so what's that got to do with getting off the bloody bus?" said the young man, by now quite annoyed. The old man answered slowly, "The reason I'm late for the last bus is... The old man paused for a moment, before fixing his gaze firmly into the young man's eyes. "I've just come back from his wake. He's surely already on his way to the land of the dead, and I, for one, have no intentions of joining him, for I'm sure that was the death bus used by the Grim Reaper himself to harvest the souls of the damned." This is a first-hand account, submitted through to us. On a cold and windy Friday night, two young girls had been studying late at college. It was about 11 p.m, and they had to catch a bus back to Penistone. As they chatted and waited at the bus stop, they were starting to become a little jumpy, as the road was dark and isolated. They were beginning to think they'd missed the last bus, when a rickety old bus seemed to appear from the shadows. It was an old type, where you board at the rear and pay a conductor. They got on, and both noticed it was empty. Apart from the creepy-looking conductor, they sat down in the middle of the bus after paying him, and carried on chatting as the bus went on its journey. After a short while, their conversation was stopped abruptly, as an ice-cold chill swept around them. Both girls looked around, thinking there must be a window open or something, but they soon forgot about the chill when they saw 5 really pale people sat behind them all dressed in black. Not only that, but they all had sunken eyes and purple lips, like all the blood had been drained from them. But what was worse was the deep, hollow, searching, wide-eyed stare in a trance-like state. Both scared and upset by the morbid scene, they started to press the bell repeatedly for the bus to stop. All the time, they were transfixed on the deathly-looking passengers, who were staring motionless at them. After what seemed like an eternity, it finally came to a stuttering halt. The 2 girls jumped off the bus, which seemed to set off as soon as their feet hit the floor. Both girls were shaken and scared as to what they had just seen, and just stared at the bus as it disappeared into thin air before it turned the bend. They still don't know to this day what they saw on that night, but they both claim that they were nearly the next victims of the ghost bus. While being interviewed for this story, one of the girls gave us this quote that we thought we would publish word for word so you can decide. "Ghosts have always fascinated me, but I always felt that, like most people, I needed to either see it or feel it to believe it. This story is all too real for me, because I was there and saw it with my own eyes. I don't know to this day why we experienced what we did that night, but I know what I saw. and nobody will ever convince me that it was not the ghost bus, because I was not alone or the only one to see it. Ghostly passengers. It's not just the ghost bus that haunts the roads from Penningston through to Barnsley, but there are also ghostly passengers that seem to haunt buses themselves. Several reports have been made to us by drivers who have been running back to the depot empty with the saloon lights out, only for the bell toll as if a passenger is waiting to disembark. The orange stoplight on the dash is on, but when they look through the passenger rearview mirror, there is no one there. Several drivers have even stopped the bus to search for their forgotten passenger, to not find a soul aboard. But these aren't the scariest encounters. One driver was running back empty to the depot. It was late at night, and the internal lights were out. The driver had checked the bus was empty before he had set off back to the depot. He was just going past Noblethorpe Park when the driver glanced in the passenger view mirror and was startled to see a large black figure in the seat next to the luggage rack. He swerved in shock at the sight, but quickly regained control and abruptly pulled over the bus. He switched the lights on to get a better look, and it was gone. Scared, the driver decided to leave the internal lights on for the rest of his journey. But before he had gone more than 500 yards, he saw the dark figure in the corner of his eye, standing next to him, as if wanting to get off at the next stop. The driver stopped the bus right there, but as he looked, it had once again eluded him. He got out of his seat and frantically searched the bus for the mysterious figure, but once again, no passenger could be found aboard. Our thoughts. While researching this story, we began to wonder if the ghostly passengers, just like the two girls who gave us their account, just simply caught the wrong bus. Cubley Hall, Penistone. Cubley is a village about a mile to the south of Penistone town centre, and is essentially now part of Penistone. Prior to the 20th century, Cubley was little more than a collection of cottages, a few farms and Cubley Hall, which was initially a farm and country residence, then an orphanage, and now a hotel. Due to extensive building works in the 20th and early 21st centuries, the old cottages are now connected, right up to Penistone town itself. The hall, which is steeped in history, has a resident ghost named Flo, whose name comes from one of its residents who lived there back in the early 1900s, Florence Loxley, who married there. Reports have been made from people who have stayed there over the years of a woman dressed in a long blue flowing gown who is said to stand over the bed, staring at the person sleeping there. It is only when the person wakes to find her leering over the bed that she disappears. One account of this was from a resident who stayed there as a child. One bonfire night, she went to bed poorly, and on waking, there was a lady in a long flowing gown stood at the bottom of her bed, looking over her as she slept. The young girl wasn't scared, as the lady was smiling at her in a caring fashion. She was startled for a moment, before screaming, and the ghost left. The young girl later found out that her name was Florence, and there used to be a large, stained glass window of her, halfway up the stairs. In addition to this, many newlyweds have reported being greeted by the ghost of Flo in an approving manner, as they descend the staircase to breakfast. This is considered to be a good omen for a happy marriage. There have also been sightings of Flo standing in the window when the building wasn't in use by passers-by. Old Hannah Lane in Penistone runs from Penistone Grammar School to Workbank Lane, and is also referred to as Long Lane, but over the years, sightings of a lady wearing 60s clothing has been seen on numerous occasions. One evening, a group of girls decided to park on the lane in their cars to have a cigarette as one of the girls went to start her car to go home. She looked up and was surprised to see standing before her a woman dressed in 60s type clothing with a small white dog. The woman walked around to the driver's window before vanishing into thin air. Another incident took place when two boys were out riding bikes along the same road. One of the boys rode off in front and went around the bend into the road when he came face to face with a woman, dressed in a long flowery dress, a 60s style coat and hat, walking her dog. The boy stopped and turned around to warn his friend of a woman in the road, fearing that he may run into her. But as his friend came around the corner, he shouted to him, "Watch out, there's someone in the road." His mate laughed and said, "What are you on about? There's no one there." And to his surprise, the woman had vanished, along with her dog. Both boys looked across the field surrounding them looking for the woman, but she was nowhere to be seen. Many of the locals seemed to think that it's Hannah herself walking the old roads, but during our research, we were unable to trace why the road had become known as Old Hannah Lane. The Haunted Farm. Out in the open fields near Penistone is an old abandoned farm that is known to locals and travellers as the Haunted Farm. No one has lived in the farm for over 100 years, where it has stood derelict after rumours spread of the haunting that was there. Many families who moved in never stayed for long due to the malevolent spirit that resided there. The ghost is said to be one of the previous owners and parades the kitchen during the small hours of the morning, banging and crashing around in search of something. So frightened were the families that they soon moved out in fear of their lives. The last known owner was driven to such desperation, he offered a handsome reward to anyone who could undertake to sit up for a night and confront the apparition, for they believed that the ghost would cease to walk when a human being was found brave enough to ask its purpose. A local from a village nearby volunteered himself and a farm boy to undertake the task at hand. They shut themselves into the haunted kitchen, and at midnight, as they were seated by the fire, they felt a cold wind blow around them, turning suddenly, and saw the figure of an old man standing behind them. The watchers froze with fear, but not wanting to flee because of the promised reward, asked the ghost for its reason for coming. But the ghostly old man said nothing, and pointed to the hearthstone in the kitchen, and beckoned for them to remove it. As soon as daylight broke, the man and the boy set out in lifting the heavy hearthstone. To their great surprise, they found concealed beneath it a large bag of money, which was divided between them as a reward for their courage. However, the noises still continued, and the farmer decided to leave the farm, as many had done so before him. Such a reputation the farm got for being haunted. No one has ever took the farm on again, so the old farm sits alone on the hillside undisturbed, waiting for its next tenant. Grisly business at the Old Crown Inn. The Old Crown Inn, Penistone, was once associated with resurrectionists. During the early years of the 19th century, the demand for corpses for dissection by medical students reached its peak. Reason being that the value of corpses was high. Fresh graves were closely guarded by close family, in fear that their deceased loved one's body would be stolen. The trade was so valuable, there were always those prepared to take risks, and they would enter the graveyards late at night and dig up the newly buried corpse. In Yorkshire, the problem wasn't as bad as in some areas, but nevertheless many graves were robbed. The best markets for fresh cadavers could be as far away as Durham and York. This meant it sometimes took several days to negotiate the terms of sale and delivery. A cold store was sometimes required for the corpses, and a pub cellar was considered to be ideal, like the Black Swan in Leyburn, that houses Yorkshire's most famous resurrectionist cellar, where corpses in transit were kept on marble slabs overnight. The authorities had strong suspicions about Penistons's Old Crown Inn, and what lurked beneath the feet of unsuspecting locals that were drinking there. Formal investigations began after a watch was sold on the premises that had belonged to one of the bodies that had been buried recently. However, there was no firm evidence that the watch had indeed been sold there, and it was never retrieved, therefore no criminal charges. Reports have been made from residents living near the churchyard that the sound of digging can be heard in the dead of night, and also the sound of a distressed wailing woman has been heard coming from one of the graves. Chapter 20. Royston. The Royston Ghost Train. On a cold winter's night, the Tenby train was heading on its journey from Royston to Moncton, bringing workers home from the coking factory. A thick fog had swept in from the coast, masking the moon, leaving the line and track in pitch black. As the train approached a tunnel, the driver was surprised to see an old man dressed in a trench coat, slowly tottering across the tracks. The driver applied the brakes immediately, in fear of hitting the old man, but it was too late, and the train struck him. The train driver was very distressed and stopped the train and got out to look for him, but he couldn't find any trace of the old man or any sign that the train had hit anyone. Confused, he climbed back on and started the engine and proceeded on his way. But just before the train arrived at Royston, an apparition of the old man appeared in front of him and whispered the words, "Sleep safely this night, as it will be your last." All the passengers on the train died mysteriously that night, and the line was closed. Just an urban legend. After looking into this story, we were informed that firstly, 12B wasn't a train number that even ran on the Royston main line. Trains had a 7-digit number back then. Second, although there was and still is coke works at Moncton, it's only a 2-minute walk away from the former Royston railway station site, so there would be no need to catch a train home. Not that they could anyway. Moncton never had a rail station, so there is no tunnel anywhere on the Royston branch line. The tracks are still used to this day by freighters only and have never closed. This leaves us to believe that the Royston Ghost Train is purely an urban legend. Chapter 21. Silverstone. Silverstone Scout Camp. Silverstone Scout Campsite is found nestling in the foothills of the Pennines, between the picturesque villages of Silkstone and Dodsworth. It's situated in a remote location, and the site consists of 10 acres of camping area, a purpose-built accommodation block, and a large group training hut, with a modern toilet and shower block adjoining 100 acres of woodland, with good views on the Pennines and the surrounding countryside. Silverstone was first used as an army training camp during the First World War, then was gifted to local scout groups for use. It's now run by a group of scout volunteers and is one of the most successful scout camps in the UK. The sighting. One scout leader took a group of boys to Silverstone Scout Camp in the summer of 1985 and got more than what he bargained for. The summer camp was always held during the first week of summer holidays at the end of July. On the night in question, one of the scout leaders went to the pub at the bottom of the hill and said that he would return at 10:30. The task of checking the tents was therefore left to a man named Andrew Beecroft, who was there with his pregnant wife and 4-year-old son. Andrew left his wife and son in the tent and looked over the views over the northwest to wait for his friend to return. It was about 10:30, and the light summer sky was illuminating the sight a little. Andrew then saw a figure coming towards him from across the field, which he presumed was his friend returning from the pub. However, this figure seemed to be dressed in a dark uniform. Andrew called over to him, but received no response. The figure carried on walking towards Andrew until it was about a meter away from him. Then it turned very sharply, approximately 180 degrees. Andrew followed him, annoyed that he hadn't acknowledged him, and tried to tap him on the shoulder, at which point he just vanished into thin air. As far as Andrew was concerned, it was totally illogical. Then a couple of seconds later, it suddenly dawned on him what had happened. He had seen a ghost. He rushed back to the tent to tell his wife, who in her state just didn't want to know. 10 minutes later, the friend returned from the pub, and he told him what happened. The next morning, the part-time camp warden came to see them, like he did most mornings. Andrew told him what he'd seen, and he just said casually, "You've only seen one of the old railway guards. Loads of people have seen him." It turned out that the guard had lived in the village and was dropped off each night from the mineral railway line at the back of the campsite. One evening he'd gone a different way home to normal and had accidentally fallen down one of the open cast mine workings that had existed in the woods many years ago and had died of exposure before he was found the next day. Story provided to us by Andy Beecroft from Hull. In addition to this, rumours have it that it was at the time a Viking settlement, and people have reported seeing Viking feasts taking place in the woods. Thinking that it's scouts camping, they are shocked when the sights before them disappears. Chapter 22. Skelmanthorpe. Crock Barn. At the top of Lodge Street in Skelmanthorpe is a listed building that started life as a crock barn, serving the Skelmanthorpe village. To the rear of the building is a mistal door with a deep stone lintel, on which is carved a love heart bearing the names William and Mary Oaksley and the year 1700. The Oaksley family appeared to have been a family of some standing in the area, with Robert Oxley recorded in the Wakefield court rolls as steward to the lord of the manor in the 17th century. A marriage between William Oxley and Mary Wainwright is recorded in local parish registries of 1688. Further research led to the discovery of the birth of William Oxley in about 1661, and his death in 1724. Mary Wainwright appears to have been born in 1663, and her burial took place in August 1728. Today, there are often reports of the smell of burning wood before the image of a woman appears out of a black smoky mist. Could this be the ghost of Mary Wainwright, who was tragically killed in a fire at the Crock Barn, who haunts the site today? Chapter 23. Staincross Common. Staincross Woods. Wheatley Woods is a wooded area on the outskirts of Staincross Common, between Woolly Village and Warren Lane. Many locals have always felt uneasy when visiting the woods, and it is very rare to find anyone brave enough to go there after dark. However, one night, a group of friends decided to go there to see what the legend was all about, setting off from Woolley village. The group of 4 were quite content in going there purely at the thought of having safety in numbers. As they approached the woods through the fields, they heard the sounds of drums beating. The noise was coming from the direction of the woods. It was dark, and no light could be seen. But as they got closer, the noise of the drum began to get louder. A little scared at first, they just stood and listened to see if the sound would stop, but it didn't. After listening to it for several minutes, the group plucked up the courage and decided to go into the woods to see what was making the noise. Entering the woodland along the footpath, the noise seemed to be coming from all around them, and not one spot could be identified as the source. Then, one of the group looked back from where they had been walking and shouted, "Look at that!" As the group looked around, there was a tall shaft of light emitting from the ground, right at the opening of the woods where they had just entered. They described it as a tall shaft of white light, about the same width of an average person, and about 6 feet tall. What was strange about the encounter is that the glow didn't seem to light anything around it. It seemed to be consuming its own energy. Still, the drumming noise continued as the group looked on in fright. Then all of a sudden, the light went out, and the drumming stopped, leaving the woods in an eerie silent darkness. During our research, we were told by people around the area that there used to be a mine shaft at the entrance of the woods, and at one point, a miner hadn't returned home one evening, so his wife went out to look for him. But whilst out searching, she slipped into the shaft and died before she was found. Could that have been who was seen? There is also a rumour that the mine shafts were used by cavaliers during the English Civil War to move around during daylight without being discovered by the patrolling Roundheads, and would use the beat of the drums to guide them through the tunnels in darkness. Chapter 25. Tankersley. Tankersley Moor. Tanker Azalea was an 1800-acre lordship and was held prior to the Norman conquest by Ledwin, a Saxon lord. William the Conqueror deprived Ledwin of his lands and gave the land to Earl Meryton, or Morton, and it passed down several generations and passed to a family who assumed the name de Tankersley. During the Saxon period, and up until this point, the township had a church and a presbyter. At the end of the line of Tankersley, Sir Henry de Tankersley had only one son, Richard, who passed away at the end of the 13th century. He left only 2 daughters, one of which married Sir Hugh Elland, who created Tankersley Park. The Elland family did not hold the land for long, as they were passed to the Savile family as a dowry when Isabel, heiress of Thomas Elland, married Knight Sir John Savile in 1375. It then passed from the Savile family to John Talbot, a general in the 100-Year War with France, who was made Earl of Shrewsbury in 1442. Tankersley Park passed down through 11 generations of Talbots until Francis Talbot, the 11th Earl of Shrewsbury, sold the land to Thomas Wentworth, who became the first Earl of Stratford. Phantom soldiers have been seen on many occasions and are said to walk up Tankersley Moor, the scene of a long-forgotten skirmish. A couple parked up one night in their car near the old battlefields while they were sat talking. They saw a figure wandering around the trees in the shadows of the moonlight. After several minutes, the figure started to walk closer and closer to their car. A little scared, The driver turned on the headlights and was surprised to see the figure of a soldier stood there in his full battle uniform. The figure looked at the couple for several minutes before slowly dissolving. Tankersley Hall. The ruins of the Tankersley Old Hall are about 3/4 of a mile southwest of St. Peter's Church. The ruins lay almost in the centre of the former Tankersley Park. Many may remember them as being featured in the 1969 film Kes, based on Barry Hines' book Kestrel for a Knave. After the Wentworth family came to Tankersley Park, the hall was then leased to Sir Richard Fanshawe's in 1652. Sir Fanshawe was a royalist in the English Civil War, and Charles I dispatched him to Spain and was soon caught in the Battle of Worcester in 1651. This was the last battle in which the parliamentarians defeated the royalists. The house served as the main residency for the family, but in July of 1654, Anne, their daughter, tragically died and was buried in Tankersley churchyard. Soon after this, they left the house and returned to London. As the Wentworth Empire grew in the early 18th century, the old hall fell into disuse and was gradually dismantled by locals for the stone in the early 1700s. All that was left of the once grand hall are the ruins that survive today. Sightings of a hooded figure have been seen circling the perimeter wall of the old hall. It is said to be the restless soul of Anne, in search for her family that left after her death. Tankersley Manor Hotel. Tankersley Manor backs onto woodland and incorporates a 17th century building steeped in history. Today it's a modern hotel with many original features retained in over 100 rooms, each unique by design. Set in the original building and modern new wing, some of the rooms still have the original and old oak beams and Yorkshire stone windowsills, which reflects the renowned character of Tankersley Manor. There has been numerous sightings of a woman sat in one of the windows, looking out into the grounds from outside. She is described as wearing a long white gown, but upon staff investigating the room, she is nowhere to be seen. On other occasions, she has been seen from inside the building and mistaken for a bridesmaid or bride, but upon being spoken to, no response is ever given, and she disappears. Chapter 26. Thurnscoe. The Thurnscoe Gould Train. Local rumour has it that at the top end of Thurnscoe there is a train line that is no longer in use today. However, it is said that if you walk along the bank on your own at night, a ghost train will come along the tracks. The carriages are said to be filled with ghosts and ghouls who wail and gnash their teeth in perpetual torment, trying to drag them onto the train to join their creepy horde, leaving the unsuspecting witness to hear their cries as they disappear into the night. Cromwell's Cavalry. Clayton is a small hamlet on the outskirts of Barnsley, near Thurnscoe. This story was sent to us by a man who experienced an incident around 2009 while out walking one evening. We were asked to withhold the man's real name, so for the purpose of the story, we will refer to him as John. John was out walking one summer's evening. It was getting dusk, so decided to cut through the fields where Spry Woods are located, so he could head towards Challenger Woods. This was a route John had taken many times before, and had never encountered strange activity. Just as John got to the stile separating the fields, he stopped and leant over the fence to take a breather, while looking out over the Shortwood Lane and Challenger Woods, when he saw a bright light heading towards him. At first he thought it was some farm machinery, but there was no engine noise coming from it. He stood for a moment watching it, and realized that it was getting closer and closer to where he was stood. All of a sudden, the light seemed to turn direction and point away from him, which then exposed its true source. Stood there right before him were 6 Cromwellian soldiers in full uniform. He described them as wearing mustard yellow jackets and full headgear. The front rider stopped his horse, and the rest followed suit. He stood up on his stirrups and looked towards John. The stare lasted for minutes rather than seconds, as John's heartbeat began to get faster and faster. Then, as if the front soldier had realized that John wasn't a threat, he sat back on his horse and commanded with a hand gesture that the rest followed. John was aghast at what he had just witnessed and stood frozen to the spot as the soldiers galloped into the distance before disappearing, as if riding back into their own time. Pulling himself round and still shaken, he headed for the road, where he felt safe, and went home. John has never spoken about this incident until he saw our request in a local paper for ghost stories. The reason he gave his story is to see if anyone else had ever witnessed anything like what he saw that day on the same field. Chapter 27. Thurgoland. Hollinmore Lane and Badgerwood Road. In September of '92, a taxi driver from Kendray was driving home with his wife and their 3 children. As they came along the back lane between Thurgoland and Hood Green, a ghostly figure floated towards the car near the Eastfield Inn. What they saw, they described as a ghostly outline resembling the figure of a man dressed in an old policeman's cape. The featureless shape glided into the passenger front wing and right through the bonnet, stalling the engine and grinding them to a halt, before continuing and drifting off into the woodlands on the other side of the road. The couple said that they never previously believed in ghosts, but just looked at each other in amazement at the strange events that unfolded. The taxi driver had seen the strange spectre before, but dare not say anything to anyone of fear of ridicule. However, after reporting the incident to the police, they were shocked to discover that it was the second report they had received that night. Many believe that the ghost is that of a famous inventor, Joseph Bramall, whose former workshop stood on the site, but had since been demolished. The now homeless spirit is said to wander the area after the buildings he once resided in were pulled down. Mr. Bramall was the inventor of the hydraulic press, a lock, beer pump, and the U-bend on toilets. Later went down to London and lived in Piccadilly and Pimlico. There is a memorial tablet to him in Silkstone Parish Church, where his skills, eminence, benevolence, and steadfast Christian faith are all praised. Jack in Irons. Barnsley is said to be the home to one of the most influential ghosts in English literature, Jack in Irons. Jack in Irons is a mythical giant of Yorkshire lore who haunts lonely roads around Barnsley. He is said to be between 8 to 10 feet tall. He is usually described as wearing black robes and clad with chains, and is said to lurk the sullen alleyways and lonely roads, forever in search of his next unsuspecting victim. Jack is thought to be clapped in the irons of his imprisonment and self-decorated with the heads of his prey. His weapon of choice is a spiked club that lusts for revenge and will be the fate of anyone who crosses his path. It is rumoured that he was imprisoned by locals who feared the great strength that Jack possessed, so, in a skullduggery move, piled Jack with ale until he fell into a drunken stupor. then clapped him in irons. But it wasn't enough to just imprison Jack, and soon they set him to work as a slave, digging coal canals and tunnels, until his escape, when he planned to take his homicidal revenge, killing anyone who crossed his path. There is a rumour that his grave may be at Dalton, Rotherham, at the Giant's Grave and Mill, although that building is no longer standing. The story connected to this site is that of a giant who once lived in a mill, using the building to grind his human victims into pulp. Could this have been Jack in Irons? No one knows, but it does make a curious link with the famous Jack and the Beanstalk poem. Fee, fi, fo, fum, I smelled the blood of an Englishman. Be he alive or be he dead, I'll grind his bones to make my bread. After his death, Jack in Irons was condemned to walk the earth, looking for the descendants of his captives. His rage, the product of a life of captivity and enslavement, knows no end, and every soul collected brings Jack one step closer to freedom. In a 1909 article entitled Yorkshire Folklore by M.W.E. Fowler, printed in Memorial of Yorkshire, Fowler writes, "This seems to be a town ghost, who may be seen at any time after dark. He is a terribly strong man, gaunt and at least 10 feet high, with clanking chains at his feet and wrists. He suddenly appears in quiet streets, or springs out of dark corners, in order to carry off the unwary pedestrian to unknown regions." Jack in Irons is one of the first and only recorded ghosts clad in chains. Strange considering how synonymous the sound of rattling chains are with ghost stories, and it is thought that Charles Dickens took inspiration from the legend of Jack in Irons in his Christmas Carol novel, The First Ghost of Jacob Marley. Jacob Marley's ghost is described as captive, bound, and double-ironed, with chains which are described as long and wound about him like a tail. It was made of cash boxes, keys, padlocks, ledgers, and deeds, and heavy purses wrought in steel. He often, in moments of great despair or impatience at Scrooge's skepticism, flings these upon the ground before him, and explains that it's the chains he unknowingly forged himself in life, as the result of his extortionate behaviour. The second is the ghost of Christmas Present, who appears to Scrooge as a jolly giant, with dark brown curls. He wears a fur-lined green robe, and on his head a holly wreath, set with shining icicles. He carries a large torch, made to resemble a cornucopia, or perhaps a club. There is also reports of a ghost thought to be an incarnation of Jack in Irons, called the Iron Man of Nottingley in West Yorkshire. Parents would often warn of the ironclad giant. Don't go near the canal, because the Iron Man will get you. That is where he lurks. He looks out for little boys and girls who wander along the towpath. He will suddenly jump out and carry you off, back inside his lair, and you will never be seen again. Ted Hughes, English poet, short story writer, and literary critic, was born in Mithelmord, but raised from early childhood in Mexborough, South Yorkshire, and may have been influenced in his marvellous book The Iron Man by the stories of Jack in Irons. Subsequent sightings around Barnsley have claimed that this ghost is well aware of the terror he inspires in people, and that he revels in the fact. A poem written by Paul Wesley from Doncaster. Poor old Jack in Irons. On the moors of Yorkshire, when the moon is full and bright, the fog rolls over the country to hide the evils of the night. On such intrepid evenings, folk will caution well strangers not to venture onto the hills of hell. For they will see Jack in irons, but will not live to tell. You will not see him coming, but you will surely hear clank and clink of his irons that will grip you in his fear. No man knows where he comes from, nor to where he goes, and no man who ever crossed him arose from the giant's blows. But it's not old Jack that is to blame, but those who clapped him in the chain. For all the bodies that he does lay slain, they're the ones that drove him insane. He lays in wait on lonely roads, adorns his chain with skulls and bones, looking for his bloody revenge. He'll get them all in the end. The sightings of Jack in irons. Many sightings of Jack in irons date back to the early 19th century, when he was frequently seen around the moorland of South and West Yorkshire, normally near Tankersley and Oxspring. The only account we were told of is that of a farmer travelling home one autumn evening in the late 1800s after harvesting his crops, when a giant figure lurched from the tree line and overtipped his cart, spilling his load across the track. Running home to tell his sons of what he had seen, the family refused to retrieve the horse and cart until the next morning. But on arrival, the cart was right end up, but the crops had gone. We thought the sightings of Jack in irons were long since died out, until a lorry driver, who wished to remain anonymous, contacted us after our appeal for stories in the Barnsley Chronicle newspaper. One Friday night in December 2010, he was heading back down to Chapeltown, Sheffield from Penistone, when snow began to set in. He reduced his speed and stayed in high gears to keep his grip on the back roads. He was becoming concerned that he wouldn't make it home as he travelled along Halifax Road through the blizzards. Just as he passed the turning for Crane Moor, the visibility was getting worse, not to mention the road conditions. That's when he saw what he thought was a stranded motorist stood in the road sidings at the edge of the woodland. Slowing down, he feared there may be a car stuck blocking the road. As he approached the man, he started to wind down his window to ask if he needed help. But as he drew closer, he began to notice something. He described the man as thick-set, in what looked like a hooded donkey jacket, and the appearance of the 80s wrestler Giant Haystacks, and thought to himself, bloody hell, he's a big bloke. I wonder if he's a fellow wagon driver. I hope his rig hasn't broken down over there. I'll never get home. Whilst this was running through his head, they were getting closer to each other, and the figure lumbered towards him. It was then he began to realize the true stature of the man. By the time they drew level, they were looking at each other at eye level, even though the driver was way up in his cab. This would have made the figure at least 9 feet tall. Stunned at the sheer magnitude of this hulking figure before him, all thoughts of asking him if he needed help quickly disappeared. Not wanting to stop now, he carried on moving at about 15 miles per hour, when the giant figure rose his mighty arm in what looked like a bid to halt the vehicle. It was only then that he noticed large links of iron chain draped from his wrists. Trying to rationalize what he saw as he passed him, he quickly looked in the offside mirror, only to see the giant vanish into the blizzard. As he continued his journey, puzzling at what he had just seen, that's when he noticed that there weren't any footprints left in the snow from whatever the hell that was. Fearing ridicule of his tale, he never spoke of the event until he saw our request that mentioned the Jack in irons story, and finally gave us his account, on the understanding that we would never release his name or the haulage company he works for. Our greatest thanks goes to him for sharing this sighting with us and entrusting us to never disclose his identity. Chapter 28. Wombwell. Shop on High Street. Wombwell shop undisclosed. The Rotherham Paranormal team were called into this location by the owner of the property, who stated that they were having strange phenomena taking place during trading hours, such as black balls of light appearing from the cellar, people being touched and their clothes being pulled while in the shop, along with strange noises coming from below. The exact age of the building was unknown, but the owners thought it was built around the 18th century. During this time, there had been a lot of structural changes, which included the second floor and attic space completely sealed off from the rest of the building. Footsteps could often be heard during trading hours, walking around in the empty sealed-off rooms upstairs. The cellar had a wall bricked up to where the old cellar steps used to go down. Behind this wall, the owner believed it to be a void space, but always felt that the space hid something that shouldn't be found. During our investigation while in the cellar, we witnessed the sound of a man's voice shouting to get out. This was witnessed by 4 independent people at the same time. The voice seemed to come from the bricked-up room in the cellar. Several other electronic voice phenomena were recorded that evening, all along a similar manner, making this one of the strangest investigations we have ever conducted. Wombwell Woods. Wombwell Woods is an ancient broadleaf woodland that today attracts many visitors to the area to look at the beauty that lives and grows there. However, the woodland seemed to hold a secret that to this day no one knows the answer to. In 1964, a couple had been out in Barnsley. It was quite late when their journey began back to Wombwell. As they turned on the road that runs alongside Wombwell Woods, a man jumped out in front of their car. The driver had no time to stop and drove straight through him. They pulled up to check if he was alright, but soon realized there was no impact noise or any damage to the car. The couple described the man as being tall, wearing dark clothes with cape resembling Guy Fawkes. Just before they drove through him, the man swung his cape around his face, as if to hide his identity. To this day, it is unknown who the man was on that fearful night, or why his ghost haunts the road, scaring unsuspecting motorists. Convicts Tunnel. The history behind the tunnels is that during the 1800s, the fields around the tunnels were campsites for convicts being transported to and from various prisons and courts throughout Yorkshire. Due to treacherous paths and weather conditions, many of the weaker prisoners would often die en route. Many ghost sightings have been reported around this area that include the figure of a man running and hiding in the hedgerow as he goes. Many people believe that he is a prisoner that escaped the chain gang but later died of exposure. On other occasions, reports have been made that lone walkers have heard the sounds of footsteps running up behind them, but as the unsuspecting victim turns around, the footsteps just stop. In addition, local legends say that if you stand in the tunnel at midnight, you hear the sound of a train hurtling towards you. Then, feel a gush of wind pass right by you. Wombwell Foundry. Wombwell Foundry closed in May 2003, after more than 100 years of production, with the loss of more than 100 jobs. However, whilst it was still in production, a group of night shift workers claimed to see a shrouded black figure with a stick kicking up dust in the foundry premises. When chased, the figure would simply disappear into thin air. The figure was seen on many occasions, and the men who saw it always described the same story. It is unknown who or what the figure was that was seen, but we now wonder if it will show up again when the land is brought back to use. Chapter 29. Worsborough. The Blue Lady of Kingswell Woods. During our research for this book, one place kept cropping up over and over again: Kingswell Woods. As we dug deeper with each report, we started to realize it was more than just a ghost story, and had strong connections with a local legend of the Blue Lady. The legend of the Blue Lady has existed in this area for many years. She's known as the Blue Lady because of the bright blue colour she emits when seen. Many believe that she haunts the ruined turrets in Kingswell Woods in search of her long-lost lover. The mysterious woman was in love with a Cavalier soldier and is believed to have lived at Darley Cliff Hall around the time of the Civil War. A secret room is supposed to be behind a wall in the wine cellar. Passages are whispered to lead to the ruined tower, and also down the hillside to nearby St. Thomas's Church. The family silver is believed to have been hidden in the tunnels to avoid seizure from parliamentary forces. At night, she would light a candle and place it in the window, signalling to her lover and troops that the coast was clear. They would then make their way through the tunnel from the now ruined tower that leads up to the hall to seek refuge. Roundheads patrolled the area, knowing that the residents had links with the Marquis of Rockingham, who was loyal to King Charles I. The Roundheads were already aware of what was happening, and one night stormed the tunnel when the signal was given, expecting to find the loot, but instead were met by the lady of the manor, who was slain in the skirmish. It is thought its remaining walls were slighted around the mid-1600s, burying the entrance and its treasure. Many years later, a group of men entered the tunnels in search of the loot, but were scared off by the sound of marching. So terrified were they that they sealed off the entrance and vowed to never let anyone go down there again. All the witnesses who have seen the Blue Lady say that she leaves a blue trail as she glides slowly across the ground in search of her Cavalier lover. Her hauntings are said to be widespread, covering Staincross Woods and Wentworth Castle, where she is believed to be the same spectre. But nowhere is she more frequently seen than the ruins of Kingswell Wood. Sighting in 1963. It was the summer of '63, and Bill and his friends headed off down the Kingswell Woods late one afternoon. They set off down Sheriff Road and cut across what was locally known as the Daisy Fields, as the sun was just setting over the horizon, silhouetting the trees against a brilliant orange skyline. At that time, Darley Cliff Hall was dilapidated and unkept, but the track up to it was well walked by locals. Just as Bill and his friends approached the wall where the two turrets stand in the woods, they saw a figure appear in the shape of a woman, emerging from one of the ruins. It looked like she was wearing some kind of hood, but against the backdrop of the woodland, and the woman seemed to be glowing, as she was emitting her own illuminous blue light. The group all fell silent and stopped in their tracks as they watched the figure glide from behind the wall and make its way across to the other turret. What scared them the most is that the figure would have been walking 50 feet in the air, as the other side of the wall is a sheer drop down the cliff face into the old quarried area. After watching the figure in disbelief until it seemed to enter the second tower, they ran up to have a look, to find whoever the hell it was. But when they got to the ruin, the figure had vanished out of sight. However, This wasn't the only story that we received of the haunting of Kingswell Woods. Sighting in 1993. One local resident said, "I haven't been there since 1993, but the memories of the place still scare me after I saw the Blue Lady, nearly causing me to fall to my death. Also, many of my school friends have seen the ghost-like figure at both of the castles." Sighting in 2003. 3 young girls were out in the woods one evening. It was just getting dusk as they walked across the cinder path between 2 towers along the edge of the cliff, when they heard the sound of rustling coming from the furthest tower. They didn't think anything of it at first, but the rustling became footsteps, as if someone was following them. It then began to get louder, as if it was giving chase. The girls started to run, too petrified to look behind them. However, the last girl feared that she would be caught, and looked over her shoulder to see her fate, and saw a big blue outline gliding from the first tower towards them, before falling down a ravine, screaming to her friends. They came to her aid, and the figure was gone, but despite her cuts and bruises, was quick to exit the woods. Today she says, "If you think this is rubbish, then go and find out for yourself, if you dare." We have numerous reports, all of a similar nature, regarding the hauntings of Kingswell Woods. Some people have even suggested that it's the figure of a woman in a cloak, scurrying through the woodland area. All of those who have seen her have all reported her as being blue in colour and illuminated, leaving a blue trail behind her. Will this restless soul ever find her peace in the arms of her brave cavalier? This has been Haunted Barnsley, narrated by Mortis Media. I want to thank everyone for listening today, with a special thank you to Richard and Joe, who put this book together. They were the ones who forwarded the book on to me, and with their kind permission, allowed me to narrate it for all of you today, which I think was really nice of them. So thank you, Richard and Joe. To everyone who listened, I hope you enjoyed the stories. It certainly wants to make me go check out Barnsley and the surrounding area. So after finishing this titanic listen, feel free to drop a like and leave a comment with your thoughts. It really does go a long way. If there's something you wish to share, feel free to send it to my email or Reddit. But for now, guys, I'm gonna sign off. Stay awesome, and I'll see you in the next one.